Shlonga.
Bing bonga, suck on my shlonga.
Suck on my shlonga.
Bing bonga.
Bing bonga.
Binga bonga.
Bing bonga, bitch.
Bing bong bong, bitch. Suck on my shlonga. Oh, yeah. Alright. Welcome back from 10 minutes ago. Skunk here. We are chilling. Hang on, I'm trying to type yo, but my big old fat fingers can't do it. There we go. Yo to all the homies. Alright, we're coming in. I'm gonna join my friend Scully and Partisan. Hello? I said hello.
I'm on a push to talk, so I couldn't just tell you I was hey.
Okay. Yo.
So who's this, Skunk?
Yeah, yes, this is Skunk.
Dude, I hear you have a jade mine.
I do have a jade mine. It's in control by Mega Me at this moment.
Do you happen to have any jade just laying around on in your base that you could trade?
Nope. I have like 3 jade. I have like stacks over at Mega's house, but she hasn't been on for a couple days and I don't have her code.
Oh, I see.
So after Christmas she'll be, back. But she was supposed to get on today for streaming purposes, but she hasn't been on, so I don't know. So yeah, so apparently.
Well, I do hope she's okay, but at the same time, it's Christmas. It's Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas! Ho ho, there's pigs in my house. Oh yeah. There's pigs in my house.
Nope, get them out.
Working on
Little
it.
piggies belong on the outside.
I know, it's a different story. I'm trying to... Oh, dude, I heard about, Christmas was created by, this old guy in Germany or some shit, right? He was, named something dark side. But, he had, delivering shrooms to people that were, yeah, and these shrooms were, red and white. Looked like little
No,
red
dude,
and white.
red and white. That's not shrooms, man. That'll kill you. That's amatia or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a poison.
But that's what I gathered from the story I just heard on YouTube. But
Yeah, I would take that with a grain of sand.
I take everything with a grain of sand.
No, I
Very
mean, some things you
interesting.
can take with a grain of salt. You don't eat sand, you eat salt.
I don't eat salt. At least I try not
Oh,
to.
man, you can't not eat salt. It's something that our bodies physically, tangibly need.
Nope, I hate salt.
Well, you can hate it all you want, but you still need it, and it's
Yeah.
sodium. It's in everything.
Right.
You would have to live a very stringent life to get away from salt. And if you did, you would very soon regret it.
Very, very cool. All right. Excuse me while I go and take a shot. I'll be right back. I need a Christmas shot, and then I'll be...
What you drinking, dude?
Vodka, Sky. And then I have some blood orange that I'm going to mix with orange juice and then shake it so it's fluffy. And then I'm going to put some vodka in it. So, yeah. I'm hoping it'll be like a Julius. But
And, are you adding ice?
no, I don't have ice. My girl is, using ice for her bate.
It's just
For
so
her
hot
what?
that it melts.
It's a long story.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I gave her a Christmas present.
Yeah, you know.
Nice.
I'll be right back. I might have some ice because I know I filled the tray and that was like an hour ago, but you know how it is. All right, be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, you want some more wine? Yes?
Do you have a chill for me?
What?
Do you have a chill?
What is that chill?
Wine.
No. I could put an ice cube in it. It's like a half ice cube. This is your wine glass? Okay, alright.
Will you dump it? There was something floating in there.
Yes, Rugops. Alright, so. I believe there's like half a cube.
cube? What happened to all that?
Not sure. No, it's sort of like the eggs. I know I bought eggs, but
There's a ghost in here, I don't know.
There's no eggs in the entire world. Vodka makes my belly all right. Makes my belly giant. I'm going to drink some orange juice in it. Put a little bit of this blood right in there. Like that. And I'm going to gulp it up.
Slurp, slurp, slurping it up.
Slurping it up. Yep. And for you, some chilled wine. There. Merry Christmas.
I do need some reindeer antlers.
Yeah, you do. Mm. Oh, that's very strong.
Thank
Holy
you.
fuck.
Woo! Party!
Party.
It's the party!
Party, party, party. Everybody's at the party. All right.
Hey, Skunk, how
I'm
old are
back.
you guys again?
I'm old. I'm like 39, about to be 40, and she is 18.
Is she really 18?
No. We just say she's 18.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, she's like older than me. She's like 60.
No. You lie.
Scoozy. Nah, she's how old are you? You're like 20, 29, almost 30?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's 29. I'm 39, she's 29.
Man, I like commend your drive to pursue a woman that drags you into drinking, because I gave up drinking at like age 30.
Oh god, dude, yeah, I should. I actually gave up drinking for 3 months, and I haven't smoked any weed in 3 months. My brain feels super good. I'm super detoxed and feel healthy. But yeah, we've been drinking a holiday. We've been having a holiday drink basically, and then I'll drink on New Year's, and then that'll be it for a while.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, man.
Yeah, but Coke every day.
Party.
No, I'm just kidding.
What?
I don't do Coke. I hate Coke actually.
I can't say I've ever had the chance.
Oh, it's not good, man. It's like I haven't had any of the new Coke since since 1995 or something. But back when I did Coke, when I was in my 17, 18, it only felt like a Red Bull feels today. Like it's that same feeling, except for your tongue is numb. And the other thing is your nose just feels like you're got stung by a bee. And it's horrific, dude. It's like you got a fucking cold or something. It's not fun. I don't see why people think it's it's cool or that it feels good. It doesn't feel good. You feel antsy and you feel I don't know, like you're just infected by some sort of flower, or I don't know. It's not good. It's not what people say it is.
I think I understand
Yeah.
the thing of it.
Yeah, and you could just go to the store nowadays. I mean, and get a Red Bull and drink the whole thing real quick, and you get the same buzz. It's $20 for 20 minutes. You know what I mean? But a Red Bull is like $3.
No, you guys are doing it all wrong.
What?
If you really want a buzz,
What
you need to do is go to the airport and buy a one-way, definitely a two-way. You want a return ticket here, but definitely go to Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay. Now, street vendors are a very normal occurrence in Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
You can't buy water without a street vendor, so street vendors are common. They're very, very common.
Mm-hmm.
If you want cigarettes, you can get them for about I don't know, 2 pennies, if that. Now this is U.S. dollars. The Haitian goud is it's actually really, really highly inflated.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you can buy everything dirt cheap over there. Like $200 would get you a fully functioning brand new out of the box motorcycle.
No shit.
I mean, no guaranteeing the quality of the motorcycle, but the thing is mint.
But it moves.
Oh, it moves.
It goes.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, paintings. There's tons of artists there, but I was going somewhere with it.
Okay.
What got me on this path? What was the topic before this?
Santa Claus.
What? Say again?
Santa Claus. Sinterklaas, mushrooms, red and white. Oh, but those are something else. They're not regular shrooms. And then
No, we were talking about something else after that.
Coke. I was talking about not doing Coke because it's not a good thing.
Oh, yes, you said Red Bull.
Red
Okay,
Bull.
so in Haiti, I experienced this with almost every other dude in the army
Okay.
while we were there. There's these things, there's these energy drinks that are sold there that are not legal in the United States of America or their territories because it's not regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. Their
Ooh.
levels are super skyrocketed.
Oh.
One can is worth like 10 Red Bulls.
Ugh. I don't think I
And
want
you
that.
wouldn't even notice the difference, dude. Once you're high, you're high. It doesn't matter.
Forever.
Exactly. Especially when you have to pull like 12-hour shifts of night guard.
Oh yeah, I would imagine. I've heard of it because recently there was like a Haiti disaster. Right now it's all about the
Oh yeah, man,
Philippines,
it's a
I know,
yearly
but-
occurrence.
Yeah,
They
but
get hit every year.
so they were talking about it, but then one of the guys that was doing the YouTube, he grabbed an energy drink, and he was also looking for gangu, which is illegal alcohol, and it's got some sort of like amphetamine or something in it, but he couldn't find gangu, so he got this energy drink, and he was like, wow, and he was like on a fucking like one of those three-wheeled what are those called? The little three-wheeled buggies that they, taxis. That everybody-
Moped?
No, well, yeah, it's like a moped with like a side cart, but it's all one bike, and then they put a roof on it. And you
Gotcha. Like a tandem?
Yeah,
Or just call it sidecar?
yeah. And so he was on the sidecar going, "Whoa," like, whoa, like that. And he's like normally like a chill guy, he's like, I feel really bad about these Haitians and all the stuff they go
Yeah,
through.
no. The levels on those cans, they're just, they
yeah.
will put you in overdrive.
So
It
he
doesn't matter
was
if you're the most serene person on the face of the planet. If you drink one of those, you're going to be off the wire for hours.
interesting.
And then you're going to crash like a meteor.
No, I don't like crashes, man. I like weed, and I have tried shrooms. I do like shrooms. I mean, I basically tried every drug, but that was when like I was 18, 17, 18. I quit all drugs except for weed. When I was like 20 and I moved to California, and I knew it wasn't, I had to grow up real quick, you know what I mean? So that's what I did. I moved from, where was I? I was in Las Vegas for a minute, getting spun out of my mind. And then I went to Arizona, and then back from Arizona to, I think it was Edinburgh, Scotland. I think that was when I went to Edinburgh, Scotland. And then the Scots there, they sobered me up real quick and gave me another reason to live, and then I kind of sobered up from then, and then I started smoking weed when I got to California, and then got heavy into Jack Daniels, and and then I quit like 3 months back, and now detoxified, feeling good. I can breathe, feels good. Anywho, that's my
I'm taking
shame.
a deep breath right now because I like weed.
I love weed, but I can't, with the amount of stuff I'm doing and like juggling, I can't smoke right now because I need to, at a moment's notice, jump in my fucking $70,000 Mustang and barrel down the road without getting pulled over.
Why?
I'm on call for landlord, and any emergencies, my maintenance workers are all at work, or I mean all at Christmas parties and shit like that, so I'm on the hook for like $60 million properties.
Gotcha.
Yeah. pretty fun, but you know, after New Year's it'll go back to normal, and then I can maybe smoke a weed. I'll smoke a little Thai stick too. No, I'm just kidding. I don't smoke Thai stick. I did hear that California is regulating mushrooms, but they still refuse to let us partake in DMT. The only way you can is if you fly somewhere and do ayahuasca, which is like a different kind of DMT, from the leaf or whatever. The ayahuasca leaf, which is the active ingredient is DMT, but that one is...
Man, that's all way over my head. Like,
Yeah.
the hardest thing I've ever done.
I would
Well,
really
I mean,
like
I've
to
done
try
a few
DMT.
things, but
Mushrooms, I don't really want to do mushrooms. I had fun with it, but when I was in college, I did do mushrooms, and it was fun. It was fun.
yeah, my experiences were a little bit different.
Oh, have you tried
Tried what?
mushroom?
I have tried to get mushrooms, but I never did. So I think I did eat some at one point in time, but it was not enough to give me any experience of it. So
Right.
I gotta say no. I've never done it.
So you just like microdosed, which is good.
Maybe.
Apparently, it's good for you. It gives you this like euphoric, like happy-go-lucky kind of personality.
Well, keep in mind that if I did actually do that, I was smoking weed at the same time. So
Oh.
it was like, whatever.
Yeah.
And I also did not realize what was going on with me at the time.
Oh,
Like, I smoked weed and didn't even know it in the army. And it was just like, it hit me like a stone to the face.
Yeah, some can. Some can. When I was very young smoking, it was like not like bad. Now when you take a hit, it's like, dude, I'm fucking stoned, you know? When I was a kid, you'd smoke like a whole joint and you kind of had this little euphoric, and then you felt stoned and you're like, I'm kind of hungry, man. Let's go pet some horses and tip some cows, you know?
Yeah, dude!
Yeah, and now it's like, fucking dude, I'm not getting off the couch. I can't even play Call of Duty. You know?
Yeah, that's actually accurate.
Yeah, I'm just like, fuck. So,
But would you care a lot more about it if you could grow it yourself?
oh, you can. My insurance would actually pay for me to grow it at $15 a month for my insurance.
What state are you in? California?
California, yeah, for anxiety. If I choose, I used to have full benefits. I don't anymore because I refused to get my vaccine for a little while because I'm from a little town country, and we do things like that. And so they fired me from a full-time position, and I lost my insurance. And I have been smoking weed and growing for, I want to say, 6 years. You know, growing and stuff, but they would pay for me for free, send it to my house without even ordering it because it was on like an auto order. I'd pay $15 a month out of my check, right? And I got full benefits, and they would literally send me 3 ounces every week, and then it would come with a little bottle of that month's seeds, and then you would wait for a letter in the mail that says time to plant. And then you would go on the website and it would show you the instructions on how to plant this, what kind of dirt, you know, like what you want to feed it, you know, miracle growth, what not, what's in the chemical, what is chemical B, you know, stuff like that. And it all came from my my insurance, but the doctor would actually send me a prescription on how to grow and how to smoke. And how to ingest it without smoking as well, but you know, they usually tell you smoking's bad, but that's the way you get the best high, you know. So, and I also learned how to make really good butter, really good weed butter, from my doctor.
Man, that's all beyond me. Congratulations on being able to experience stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Well, I don't anymore. I did get my vaccines finally. I was rehired at a different company, and I'm doing really well again. But now California's saying that if you've had 2 vaccines, they're now saying that the mandate is you're not fully vaccinated. You're going to need a booster shot. And so I'm pulling my hair out because I could possibly lose my second job, the best job I've ever had in my entire life, over a fucking piece of shit. So I'm not sure. Are we America or are we fucking China? You know? So I care about other people and everything, and I'm empathetic to the situation, but enough is enough. I've been vaccinated. Call it good. That's what I'm saying.
No, because it really, I mean, if it is about control, it's
Right.
like, well, we've got you on the hook, so we're going to call you back
Yep.
to get another shot.
Yep.
And we're going to keep doing it
Yep.
unendingly.
Yep. And somebody's paying for it, and somebody's producing it, and it's a private company. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
Yep.
instead of that
So,
money going back into...
That's the
you know,
rulers of the darkness of this age,
Yep.
pulling strings to keep people attached.
And I'm just pulling my hair out now because I've complied. I've acted like a bitch and complied a couple of times instead of being the patriot that I am. And
But who would you shoot, dude?
I'm not going
If
to
you
shoot
could shoot
anybody.
one person.
I wouldn't shoot anybody. I would just...
Yeah, let's just pretend if
Mhm.
it's not a gun, it's a squirt bottle. Who
Mhm.
would you shoot and have them vaporize?
I think... I don't think that way. Because I believe
Neither do I,
in...
but I
believe
mean,
in,
if you could just numerically eliminate one factor in the
Mm.
human gene pool and say, you know, we're better off without that person, who would it be?
I don't know. Maybe.
Now, you
maybe,
can self-elect.
Maybe. Well, I mean, if I was... I would say... I mean, obviously somebody in private business. But I don't know.
Yeah,
There's
I don't
not
think
one
it's
head of a
I don't
snake.
think it's a people thing. I think it's a values thing.
Yeah, there's not a head of a snake. You can't just kill it. It's the fact that they took away the voting rights of us. We have rights, but our vote doesn't count. It's already predetermined. And it's a multitude of people at the top in private corporations paying off the political people in order to get into power. And then, just like the other day, federal said, you know what, we're going to freeze the mandate, okay, because that's not fair to some people. They can die. Okay, the news spun it and said nobody's dying from the vaccine. That's incorrect. A very few amount have died, but the fact is that some do die. And when they try
I would shoot Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, shit. Well, I mean, her family's a criminal family. I don't know if you know
Well,
that.
I don't care. I mean, dude, if I could vaporize her, I think the human gene pool, not just the gene pool, I think the world would be in a better place.
I don't think that way. I feel like everybody plays their part, and
yes, but only in the spiraling shitstorm that is
right.
the current political situation and spiritual positioning and just
Right.
We're not in a good place. Let's stop pretending.
No, we're not.
The childhood years of 1992, that was a better year than today. Why? Because communism was less prevalent then. So was homosexuality, and so was a few other things that are now hot topics. But the march of communism on America has been going on for several generations now, even prior to Vietnam, dude. Yeah, dude. Like, the march of communism has been, like, continuously aimed at us in the United States for generations.
I haven't seen it, but I heard that Lucille Ball was a communist, and they just now created a movie about her.
There's too many communist spies to be surprised when another one shows up.
I mean, it was Cuba and stuff like that, and they were communist, right?
No, they were only communist because they got rejected by the president of the United States, who was in office at the time.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
Like, people don't maybe hear about these things, but Fidel Castro, when he made his coup and took over Cuba, he came to the United States physically. He stepped on U.S. soil to meet the president, and the president didn't even meet him. He turned him away.
I'm all about.
And it was that moment in time that he chose to turn communism.
Damn. I mean, that sucks. I
Yeah,
don't.
it does. It takes one bad apple or one person making a bad influence, and boom, suddenly good is mistaken for evil, and evil is mistaken for good.
Yeah, I don't really condone.
Communism.
Communism, yeah. And
Yeah, I don't condone communism.
the thing is that in my head, I feel like in a local problem that I'm dealing with is that I'm not going to say what breed these people are, but it's people know. Okay, but we have a problem with looters right now. Okay, it's only one type of person that's doing it. Okay, it's one ethnicity. All right, and the thing is that I feel like, yes, it's America, right? You have the rights. We have the technology, okay?
No, who's looting? Where's looting happening?
Everywhere. In California, they stated that the new law, when our new governor, which is the old governor, made a law that anything under, what was it, $1,000 is not considered a felony. It would be considered a misdemeanor, and do not stop them if they rob from you. Okay, so then there's this huge influx from looters on the little places. They've got cops and like people stationed at the big box stores like Walmart, Target, very militant now. All right, but the little guys, they try to call the police, and the police says we're not going to do anything about these guys. So they're destroying anybody that has a business, a local business. They're destroying the little businesses, and people are being forced into their houses, taking these vaccines, not allowed to do certain things. All their rights are taken from them. So what do? You use Gobblebox, you use DoorDash, you use Amazon, you use Walmart, you know what I mean, to have all this shit shipped to your house. And then we've got Facebook, Zuckerberg or whatever, fucking breathing down everybody's neck saying, no, you guys shouldn't leave your houses. It's very scary. Here's a bunch of negativity on their algorithm. The Google and Facebook's algorithm produces negativity and shoves negativity down your throat and basically pushes aside any positive stuff. Okay? And then on top of that, he created the metaverse. Now, the metaverse, you can sync yourself into a VR headset and order anything from your corpus callosum or frontal lobe, or you could speak to, or you could type, but basically they're getting it into, you're just going to sit in a chair and be a drone, and everything's going to come to your house. So stay in your house because it's scary outside. All right. And so that right there is telling me that's fucked up. And then the latest thing that they're doing is they're separating everybody into the blue and red states, which is creating this Coke versus Pepsi vortex when the guy at the top owns both. Okay, so instead of us conquering, they're conquering and dividing us into this, what do you call that? Into this, so we have this civil war against each other. But the thing is if we think about it and come together, it's about us against the government. Okay, the rich fucks, the privateers that are just taking advantage of the people. They're talking and screaming about other countries having human rights, that the human right policy of these other countries are despicable. And then they go and put us into this controlled slavery and overtax us and then feed us these these vaccines that we don't know. We don't have any right to see what the ingredients of the vaccine is. I've looked. And they're no, that's a security matter because we don't want people black marketing it. Okay, so that to me is telling me hold up, is this America or is this China? Did we sell out 10 years ago and we're just seeing it now? I'm fucking freaked the fuck out, but at the same time, I don't mind sitting in my house, going to work, fucking my wife, eating fancy, and playing video games. I don't mind. So the thing is that I'm getting back to is that, yes, they're doing that to us. But I feel because it's the future, yes, these people that didn't do very well in life, and they're justifying it by saying that their schools are shit and that they're not allowing the schools to be equal whatever. Okay? Blah, 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 justification, everybody's a victim. Okay? So the thing that pisses me off is that they're still allowed to come to a place that I live. Okay? Cross the bridge, come to my place, and take my Cadillac converter out of my car and go to my local grocery store, rob the place blind, and the cops aren't going to do anything about it. And they can go to like my local like shoe store, you know, all the little places, and rob them blind, and nothing's to be done. Like they robbed Gucci, they robbed Louis Vuitton and all that. We don't have any of those stores now. We used to be very high end. They came and robbed all these stores, and there's nothing to be done because of the new laws. And now it's out of hand where each person is robbing like over hundreds of thousands of dollars of stuff because there's so many of the looters now doing it that they're starting to rob big places, and the police and the military are not really keeping up with it and saying that they're not, you know, they're coming up with little justifications that seem okay, but the fact of the matter is nothing's being done. And if you try to speak up for it, they say that you're being aggressive. You're the problem. Okay, so you just have to sit back, shut up, and let the fucking small business owners get robbed, and our fucking fancy ass little town gets fucking put into the damn grave until we're stuck in our homes. Okay, and then on top of that, now they're pushing the third vaccine, and on top of that, people are still allowed to, you know, the thing that I'm mad at is that these people without good credit that have not tried in life, who always want a handout, come over to my place after the handouts are all over with and destroy everything, and they're allowed to do that. I think that we should start now. See, this goes into a scary point. It's a slippery slope, but I don't believe in socialism. But what I do believe in is classism. And I think that if you did not try, we have a phone, we have digital, we have a social conduct where we can prove that my credit score is a 760 or almost an 800. You know what I mean? I spent my whole life working hard. We have cops like pulling people over, scared because if it's a ghetto guy or if it's a non-ghetto guy, they're still going to shoot you no matter what. You know what I mean? And they're being extra aggressive. They're calling us aggressive anytime that we even have a question, even though we're supposed to be patriotic in America. All right? The thing that I have a problem with is that if we don't stop letting these people come into our area, you know what I mean, then how are we ever going to solve anything? That's where I think in a local area that we need to have a mayor that says no more looters. Nobody that is under a credit score of 600 can come to your city. Okay? Now, I know that sucks, but it's at a time when shit is real. And if you don't belong, then you don't belong. That's where I'm at now. Is like, fuck me for saying that shit, but I'm tired of the fucking bullshit. People are taking advantage of the Constitution instead of using it as a friendly bystander and being in a free market, free flowing country. You know, as you can do what you want as long as you don't fucking hurt somebody, pretty much. You know, you have all these rights, but if you use your rights, then you're going to jail, or nobody's going to save you from using your rights. You have the right to freedom of speech, right? But then if you speak up, you're going to be censored. You have the right to bear arms, but if you register a gun, the cops are going to pull you over and pull a gun at you instead of saying, how's your day today? Okay? So that's the bullshit I'm talking about. Everything else is fine. Merry fucking Christmas. But anyway, yeah, sorry. I was just venting. But that's how I feel. I feel like we're going into a place where it's going to have to be classism. You know? If you don't belong, you don't belong. If you didn't try super hard and make it, no matter what your excuse is, you don't belong in my town. I don't want you looting my shit. You know, the handouts are over. Make something of yourself or get out. I don't care if it's Tom, Dick, or Harry or what color your skin is. It's not about that. It's about, are you a good person or are you a bad person? Go to the bad area. There's places for you. Okay?
Man,
it's up to you to make your bad area into good area. Stop coming to mine once you destroyed yours.
I just want to say that if there was a wall between us and Mexico, we would have a much better handle on what is going on.
I think that they are building the wall. I don't know how
I
I
don't
feel
think they're
about it.
completing it fast enough, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how I feel about it, but I'll have to see once it's done to see if it actually works. But
Man, I'm
I don't know
telling you,
my
if
stance
there
yet on
wouldn't
that.
be like influx of people who have not actually gone through proper channels to be accepted within the ecology of our country,
Yes, don't
that
be an illegal.
is not
Do it the right way.
good.
Do it
It's
the
not
right way.
healthy. It's not good.
I agree. Do it the right way. We
Yeah,
have
if you
things
come
set
in
up.
not through the gate,
Yeah,
you are coming in through another way, and you are the liar and the thief because of it.
right. The thing is that we've set up a situation where that if you are in, like, if you've got the mafia or the cartel or something destroying your city, like say ISIS runs into town, you can go into what's that called? Something Sile. You go to the what do you call that shit? Like, I'm not super political, but I know what's right and I know what's wrong. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Asylum.
What do you mean?
You can claim asylum if your city's getting destroyed. You take your kids, you pack up, you go
Asylum from asylum to where?
to, like, say if you want to go to America, right? And
Oh, you
yeah,
seek asylum in
if you
another
seek,
place?
yeah, if you want to seek asylum in America, okay, bring us your hungry, bring us your poor, okay? So we are America, all right? I agree with that, but do the paperwork. Take asylum.
Absolutely, man. Put your name on the dotted line.
Be protected.
Make yourself a census.
Stay on the border, stay on that town called, I forget what it's called, Tijuana.
Like, if you want to be a part of the country, you should have your name on their registry.
Yeah, sign the
That's
frickin' paper.
the good and right way of doing things.
Get yourself a visa. It takes a month and a half to get yourself a visa. You got a 2-year visa. You have to prove yourself when you get here. After 5 years, you can become a citizen, okay? As long as you didn't do anything wrong. All right? That's the law. You do that, you're fine, okay? Like, I will shake your hand. You did it. It's not that fucking hard. It's, you get up, real gangsters pull up their pants. That's all I'm saying. If you a hardcore gangster and you fucking whoop-de-woo and this and that with your family and, oh, boo-hoo, your country's fucked up, why don't you get a whole armada and, like, fucking go attack them motherfuckers? Or create a fucking, it's all this, like, my country's being destroyed by, like maybe 10,000 people. Okay? Well, you're 150,000 people. Duh. Like, just like how they...
Contact a weapons dealer. You'll be okay.
Yeah, like, come on, dude. Get your country back. That's what America did. We got invaded a couple of times, and we're like, fuck that. Independence. We're going to fucking America. We're tired of being fucking controlled. We're going to America, land of the free, and then here comes the fucking money-spending fucking... What was it? Jackson or something like that? Or Wilbur Wilson? I can't remember which one it was. But he destroyed the World Bank, and everything became paid off. And yeah, our currency went to zero because everything was paid off, because money is made into debt from debt. Every $1 billion that we bring in is, well, let's say we want $10 billion. They loan it, they take it from the Federal Reserve, they give it to the bank creates notes, promissory notes, which is now a fiat currency. It's not even promissory note backed up by gold. So there's that. Those promissory notes are put into an account. Those accounts are borrowed out to other people through loans, right? And then you get an interest rate on that shit. Well, what they do is when they put it into a company account, they can take that $10 billion, give it to another bank, and put that, in cahoots with another bank, put that 10 billion or 9 billion, because you have to have 100 billion or 1 billion or whatever to loan out or something like that. But if you have that, you can actually duplicate that into another 9 billion on top of the 10 billion. Okay? So then that's what they do. They trade it back and forth until they've got over $90 billion off of $10 billion. And then they've saturated our dollar down to fucking, down 3 points off of $10 billion. And that right there is called inflation. Okay? That's a hidden tax. That's illegal. They get bailed out. I think it was like Goldman Sachs and Bank of America, all these places, right? They all got bailed out for what? Like, they weren't in trouble. They made $8 billion in fucking revenue, better, like 8% more than the past year, but they still needed to get bailed out Then they got the bailout money for the PP loans, which they, nefariously put into larger companies. Instead of like the little $10,000 companies, they handed out giant conglomerate checks to these like conglomerates that said they needed like help. And on top of that, they only paid 1% of the tax this year. They're only going to pay 1% of the tax this year, and they got $22 billion each of them, basically around the same amount, $22 billion. They made 8% more, like $8 billion, okay, on top of that. And then on top of that, they're actually charging fucking 0.1% interest to have that loan now. Okay, when they actually like duplicated, like, what do you call that, like 10 times like duplicated $10 billion, so they actually fucked up our currency and then put that into a tax called inflation, which is a hidden tax. So it went from private business into a citizen tax. That's not fair, dude. That's not fair. They're taking COVID and they're doing all this bullshit, and a private company making us charging, like saying it's free or whatever, but somebody's got to pay that, and that comes from, the government pays for it and they tax us for it heavily. And then they fucking like put it into a private business. That private business pays for another politician. That politician goes and like adds more and more and more money from the Federal Reserve to bail out his brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? In the $1 trillion clubs. And now they're all like moving into space now. Like just leaving us behind where we're stuck here with the bill to pay COVID off when we didn't cause the fucking problem. Okay? We didn't cause a damn thing. And we're stuck here paying for COVID when all these motherfucking grubby, these, we call them money funders, them money funders, they fucking, get away with it. And now they're all building spaceships trying to get into this space station and build like a colony on Mars so they can fuck up another fucking planet by 2030. And leaving us here to rot. And supposedly the sun's about to fucking do a solar fucking, whatever that's called, the solar... plasma, whatever that thing does. It like shoots the fucking planet every some odd years, and it like scorches like almost half the planet, and they're gonna leave us here to rot. Like, how does that sound?
Well, I'm gonna die anyways, so I don't care.
And see, that's honestly, that's how I feel, is that like, and like I was trying to say earlier,
I don't think enough people feel that same way.
Yeah, and that's how I feel.
I think people are so afraid of death that they don't, like, they trick themselves into believing that they'll never experience it.
Right, death is a construct. You know what I mean? It's not a reality. And I feel like at this point, I don't fucking care anymore. I had a great life, you know what I mean? And as long as I can get up, go to work, come home, fuck my wife, eat some good fancy food, try and not have a heart attack, you know what I mean? Live in America, be an American. I'm happy. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do and all this bullshit, because I'm not going to be alive long enough to fucking worry about the future. You know what I mean? I'm not having kids for my own personal reasons, because zombie land, And if I have to run from a zombie with a 2-year-old in my hand, I'm not going to. I'm going to be with just me and my wife, and we're going to run to the underground or something, So, me personally, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to shoot anybody. Like you were asking earlier, the answer to the question is, yeah, shit's a fucking tragedy, but can you repeat the question? Because I don't fucking care, man. I'm not going to live long enough to worry about it. They can fuck up the planet all they want.
If you could remove one person from the the Earth entirely, just disintegration with a squirt gun bottle, what would you do?
I think they already removed him.
Who?
His name was Epstein.
Who's Epstein?
He hung himself in jail or whatever.
Who is Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein. He was like that guy that was like fucking shit up on the island and taking people over to Pinocchio Island and doing terrible things. I
never heard of this.
They caught him, threw him in jail, and he nefariously died when the guards looked the other way.
Why him?
I just don't like him. His character was a terrible person. He blackmailed people into He basically took these loans, blackmailed people into.
So he was no small fry.
Right. He
was a big money lender.
Yeah, he blackmailed people into doing terrible crimes behind closed doors, recorded them, and then put them into power. And then those people that were in power had to pay the loan back. He was the one that was like, you know, like being told by the bigwigs what to tell these people in power.
So he was communist.
He fucking
either that or he
something.
was just a sociopath.
He was something.
Or maybe a psychopath.
But now that they cut the cord on that, I think that we have a lot better, a lot more like.
You say that like it was an executive decision. Yeah, have Epstein off himself, okay?
Yeah, like you'll have to look at the story, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I might look into it later, though.
Yeah, but he was basically a terrible, terrible person that was being. Everybody thought he was the money guy or the power guy, but he's the one that was doing the blackmailing, doing the you know, inviting them to his island and having them do, you know, their whatever they desired, and then he would, you know, blackmail them with that, and then they caught him, and then they threw him in jail for life or whatever, and then he killed himself, or you know, the ABC agencies killed him or something. But yeah, I'm glad he's off the planet. He is the one person that I probably would have done that, because it does cut the string between whatever superpower was blackmailing all these like dudes, you know, the underground, like hidden, whatever that's called, you know, whatever the
crime ring.
Yeah, and
organized crime.
Yeah, so that's been severed for a little bit, you know, like at least a couple years, and now it seems like they stuck somebody else in power after Trump.
Immediately. He was already there.
Yeah.
They lined him up long before that happened.
And now there's dictation. There's nothing but a dictator, and he's saying it out of love for us. He's like, out of love for you. Keep in mind,
like, some people actually called this prior to Trump. Yeah. It was in the Obama administration. I knew the guy was bad news bears, but he made it very easy for this dictatorship to even exist. So this is not just one guy suddenly becoming a dictator. No. This was something that was set up over time through many people.
Right. It's a whole group.
Yeah, they're called communists, dude.
And I don't know. That's the thing, is I don't know enough about it to like make a judgment call. I'm glad I don't have to be the president.
Well,
you know,
I'm only suggesting that it's the communists because of the size and scope of what communism is. Communism is not just a national identity. It is bigger than national identity. It is a threat that could literally swallow the entire planet and end in a battle at Armageddon, dude. Like, it would have to be something as dumb as communism to draw as many people as are going to be needed to create a river of blood that will be like 4 feet deep and like a mile wide, and it will be a river, dude. How many bodies do you think is gonna take to fill that many blood? Like, dude, that's a lot of squishy little targets, and it's gonna take a dumb amount of people to do it. And when I say dumb, I mean, like, dude, it's gonna be dumb.
Yep, but I see it
nobody's gonna bat an eye at it because it's gonna be degradation over the next few decades, I'm guessing.
Yep, and that's the way I feel.
It's gonna be like dumb TV shows, dumb advertisements, stupid, degrading stuff all over.
Yep, I feel like there's nothing I can control about it. So why worry about it?
That's just the way the story's written.
Yep.
Believe in Jesus and you'll be all right. You don't have to call on him immediately, but believe he exists, man. That's all I'm saying.
You know, I agree with you there. I do believe he existed or does exist.
Yeah, man. I believe he rose up into the sky, and one day he's gonna come back the same way because he said he would. And those were his last words to his people. Like, as you see me go, I'm gonna return the same way.
How many generations
come like a thief in the night?
How many generations have counted on that and have died of starvation
Well,
over government opposing.
the only reason I'm suggesting that we're close is because all the prophecies in the book of Revelation
Yeah.
is those are all coming to fruition. If you keep your eyes on the political situation in Jerusalem,
Uh-huh.
you know, in Israel, the country of Israel. I know I don't normally spend my time looking at news clips from Israel, but I do know that when they start rebuilding the Temple of Solomon,
Yes.
then
That's the
you'll be
yes.
within the generation that will see the second coming.
You know they did build the Temple of Solomon, yeah?
Yeah, they tried multiple times, but
Yeah.
when they rebuild it in the location that
When
actually is the right location,
yeah.
then it's different.
And the thing
But
is
right
I
now they're
think it's
fighting
at
over a mount that doesn't exist, dude. The Temple of Solomon never stood in the location that they're fighting over.
oh, you mean
When they discover
Mecca?
they're fighting over the wrong location and they reposition themselves to fight
Yeah.
over the one location that is actually where the temple stood,
Mm,
then, dude,
that comes with
they
technology, I think. I
they
agree with you
have the
there.
money.
I agree.
They have
I've
the
heard that
people.
story many times, and I feel like that is something that is slowly coming to fruition. Um, the Hopi Indians, and then some other tribe has said that they're actually back in the day when oh, it's so hard to make sense of, but they're actually some of the lost tribes of Judah, the 12 tribes of Judah, and they have ancient texts that say the same thing, and that God is going to come down and sit on from a white horse or whatever with fiery feet, is what it says, and smoke will be like coming from underneath or something like that. It's insane, sort of like the wheel of Ezekiel, but they explain it that way.
What's the wheel of Ezekiel?
Oh, dude, the wheel of the wheel. The angels came down and picked up Ezekiel in this fiery chariot, which was a wheel and a wheel. And it had these lions that were breathing fire out from underneath, 4 of them. It's a great story, man. Same thing happened with the burning bush, the story of the burning bush. When the angels came down, it explained that it basically was from a device or you'll have to read it for yourself, you know, like don't, you know what I mean? The way I interpreted it, it had to have been some sort of a machine, the way that they do it.
It sounds like something I've seen before. I do recognize the wheel in the wheel.
Yeah. But yeah, that's actually in the Bible there. That's Old Testament and New Testament. Also the Bhagavad Gita, for India, they talk about the Hermanas and how the gods came down in these fiery chariots and they had this big war. In, I think it was 1200 BC or something like that, they have these papyrus that they wrote, and then they started painting, and it's in this one book. And there's this painting, and it shows like a war in like the British area of the aliens and God fighting each other. So the celestial war between angels and demons, you know, we're actually fighting in these machines. So that's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying it's real or not. You know, I'm just saying
No,
that
but
this
that
is what
is
they're
really
saying.
something special.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, they talk
It's
about
almost like an imprint or a social projection that has happened many times throughout the past. You know, the story throughout the however many ages we've been through. Like
yeah,
this social projection, if you will.
yeah,
If angels were timeless and they lived for thousands of years, if they were to project those images like aliens type of
right.
thing, even if they were just lies, but they were projected enough, then people would start to believe them.
Well, somebody
That's the
told
thought
me
of communism. It's dumb, but if you repeat a lie enough times,
it
eventually
becomes the
people will
truth.
start to repeat it for you, and
Yeah.
by then it's already run its course.
It's rewritten history, yeah. What I was
Well, that's the
told,
thought. That's the thought, and I believe that is a thought that's coming from Satan and the Antichrist,
right.
which is
Now-
the Catholic papacy.
Now, what do you think? Okay, so what do you feel
Oh, they're
that
the beast.
the
Excuse
Bible
me, they're
says about Satan? Is Satan many things, or do you know
No,
what Satan
he's
means?
one, dude. No, he's a paradigm, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's nothing more.
Because Satan means adversary.
He has an angelic identity, and that's Lucifer.
Right.
He was the one that got kicked out, and
So
we all
Lucifer
agree
is his
that
name.
is the case.
And
Say
then,
again?
yeah, Lucifer is the name of Satan. But Satan
Right.
is
So
like
he
the
was the
same thing
bringer
as
of
saying
light.
Christ.
Before he fell and became Satan, he was the bringer of light. He was supposed to be the guy running through the street saying the British are coming, the British are coming.
Right, for the heavens.
Exactly, dude. He was supposed to be the bell toll ringer, but he
Yeah.
wanted to be the guy.
He was the
You're
one
not that guy, bud.
Yeah.
Trust me, you're not that guy.
Right. And then, but his name was Beelzebub, right? Or, I mean, Lucifer.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I've said this before. This is a mantra for my own existence. Don't do meth. Don't chase angels. Don't chase ghosts. Try not to talk to angels. They don't need your interaction.
Right.
Like, I seriously hold to that. I don't care if they're for God or if they're for the other guy. I don't
Right.
care, dude. They're not for me to toy with. Like, I won't touch a Ouija board. I won't have a Ouija
I don't
board
do
come
a
in my
Ouija
house.
board.
If it's printed on a purse, I will have that person leave that purse outside my house. I don't want that in my house.
Yep. It's like Solomon. You know about Solomon's temple, right? And then how he...
I know something about it,
Right.
but not a whole lot. I'm not exactly a master of anything. I'm still a student.
He was so smart, but the thing
He
that
was
he
the
did...
wisest, man. And that's accurate. He was the wisest before him and after him.
He literally... Okay, so there is it's a book, and you'll have to find it, but it's in the Bible, and they talk about how the demons can get into people and the way that they follow things. And then it was also written down in the book.
Was that Dead Sea Scroll?
I think it was a Dead Sea Scroll. I'm not, don't quote me. But the demons, they go in right degree angles. They don't do circles. They're very like angular and in the cracks of the broken
I know
mirror.
what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, but keep going.
In the cracks of the broken mirrors type of stuff, but they don't go in circles. The thing is that they are linear because they are a construct. They were created, from God. You know what I mean? So therefore, they're not a dimensional creature. They're trapped in certain dimensions because of what they did, and they fell from God. With a third of the angels came down with the devil or whatever. So they're trapped in a certain dimension. They can only do a certain
digital construct.
No, they're a that sounds good though, but
Thank you, because that was what I heard, man.
Yeah,
I hear things on a spiritual level. So somewhere in the spiritual realm, someone said they are a digital existence. They are not analog. They are trapped within a digital existence. The best that they can ever do is take sample ratings of what is analog.
You have to invoke them for them to become.
Ooh, you have to invoke them.
You have to invite
them to even have a place.
Yes. So it's not like
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, we have power over them. That's what Solomon said.
I won't invoke, like, if I knowingly
they can't hurt you unless
knowledge, I won't invoke it.
Yeah, and just like you were saying, like you don't want to involve yourself with the angels, but that's what the book says.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's coming in, close the doors that it's coming through. Don't let it in.
Yes.
Get it out. Keep it out.
And
Lock
it says
the doors.
After that, it's like a couple verses later. It says, say the name Jesus or whatever has power over all, and then it says, say Satan away from me or something like that.
Well, yeah, because you're professing that you are under the Lord.
Yeah, that you have your king. You know, you're not
Exactly,
part of them.
but it goes more than that.
You've
In
chosen your
that
side.
you're actually resisting the devil. Like
Yeah.
when you speak the resistance, it is known and it echoes like a bell ringing in a heavenly realm.
Right, right.
And so everybody who hears that bell, everyone who has ears to hear, should hear that bell.
Right. And so what
And they know.
what I came to gather from like different counselors that are religious, because I used to go around to like churches and talk to their preachers about bullshit and just, you know, talk to them about shit. What one guy told me, he's like, if you think of it in a realistic matter way, okay, so demons were made, right? The way that they can speak through people is through if you invoke them or if you feel. So they can do little things in an ethereal nature, but they're in the same dimension as you, but under your dimension. Okay, so they're in the same area as you, but so they're linear. Their time is like from the beginning to the end. They're going to serve 10,000 years, and then they come out, and then God's going to throw them in the lake of fire for whatever, you know, however many years or something. They're on a linear fashion, living time like us. Okay, the angels, because they go in angles and stuff. That's the only way they can do it, and they are. I've heard about it being digital by nature as well. But the angels are basically like, if you mention it, I don't know if that's how you would say it, but let's just say as a placeholder, they're fourth dimensional and we're third dimensional. Time is not a construct to them, only to us in a linear fashion. So that's
why they speak the way they do in dreams.
Yeah, so they can come to you right now and say like, you know, this and this and you know this, but then they can go.
Yeah, but how do you talk to someone in a?
I don't know.
How does a 3-dimensional man speak to a 2-dimensional person walking in a 3-dimensional space?
I don't know, but the
thing is, the 2-dimensional man would never know that he was moving in a 3-dimensional space at all.
Exactly, because they can't see that dimension. So the angels are all around, but we can't see them. Okay,
so
the demons are there.
Dimension that we don't see, just like we live in a dimension they don't see. What an amazing concept.
But the angels have to go through the demon dimension to get to us. And at the same time, they could speak to us right now, and the next second they could be talking before Christ was born to somebody else in the very next second, because they go in circles. Like,
oh man, I don't want to go that deep into it, but the way I see this is surrogates being controlled by pilots through virtual reality.
Yeah.
Or even something greater than
virtual
reality, where it's more augmented reality.
Mm-hmm. And that's
because if you have the power to augment reality and make a 3-dimensional image become 4-dimensional, it's like, wow, dude.
Right. And the thing that I've heard is that we are, we're built a certain way. We cannot enter the kingdom of heaven without our light body, without our rainbow body, is what he was saying. White as snow and all that. There is a certain aspect on the planet. There's a deity out there that is creating, like the Tower of Babel. There's like societies that are creating these things that are trying to make it to heaven right now. And they're doing it through these wormhole portals, like Apollyon. If you ever heard of what is that shit called?
Oh, I've read the
what is that shit called?
Pilgrim's Progress.
Yeah.
So I know what you're talking about, but keep going.
So there's something called it's made in Apollyon where the basically the devil who at a certain time was put himself in this body and created like this place called Apollyon, and he basically said he was the devil, and he comes from time to time. The Pope talks about it right now, that the devil is in the Vatican right now, and it's somebody as a force, and he keeps transferring. And you could look that up too. Like, they're scared about this right now, because they think that the Christ being that is here was born a couple years ago, but at the same time, the Antichrist is here, and we're going to go with the Antichrist instead of the real Christ. So God the Father is going to send down Jesus to come save us, because we're not going to believe in this Christ being. So Jesus Christ, that Christ being, is going to come down on a pale white horse with fiery hooves or whatever.
Now, keep in mind that I still adhere to the idea that the papacy is the Antichrist.
The what?
So anything
Papacy?
that comes through them, I take it as if it is the very enemy that seeks to destroy me.
Oh, like the Pope and stuff?
The papacy in general.
What does that mean? I've never heard of papacy.
That means the office more than who's in it.
Yes. Yeah. I tend to agree with that. I do. And as much as I want to believe that those are the good people, I keep seeing them as the bad people. They keep proving themselves.
They worship idols. They host in-house gods.
Yep.
Which is idolatry.
Mm-hmm.
They pray to angels and not God.
Yep.
They do all of what paganism did before them.
Mm-hmm.
But they mask it as if it was Christian-like, when really it's not Christ-like at all. It's pagan. It's very pagan-like.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what Mormonism does as well.
Yeah, but Mormonism, I don't trust them because I heard from an ex-Mormon, like, big dude. Big dog, like, met Jesus and said Mormon is for the devil because it was a coven of witches that took the veil of, oh, we're like Christ because we believe he existed. Well, so do demons, dude.
Yeah, these all exist. And that's the thing is people are like, oh, it's fairy tales. But it's like they're actually fighting a war right now that you can't see.
Exactly, and I'm part of that war, man. Mormonism is for witches because it was made by witches. Mm-hmm. The Ishmael, the first, Ishmael. You know who I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay, well, take this with a grain of salt because I got it from a dude that was part of my basic training. He had told me and all the guys that were in formation at the same time. He told us that his personal belief was that Ishmael received the blessing that God had commanded to. Now, keep in mind, I don't know if it was not Moses. Who was the father? Well, okay, anyways, take this with a grain of salt because it's been a long time since I've read all this. But the blessing of God on the nation of Israel, right? That was supposed to be the great nation. It was supposed to be a blessing of a great nation hidden within the seed. And that blessing did pass to Ishmael. And if you follow the lineage, a great nation has arisen from that seed. But because it was not the intended target, it fell short from the glory of God. And when it falls short, that means it settles. It tries to live as if God intended it for it to be there, but they fell short from the target, which means the place that was provided for them made, where God went before them and made a place for them, that place was never inhabited because they fell short. And so, of course, all their ideology will be wrong, and they themselves will be angry about it. And, dude, I mean, Islam, Ishmael, that's the nation, dude.
Yeah.
The great nation of Islam is from Ishmael.
And they do believe in Muhammad as their prophet rather than Jesus. But Jesus was a prophet, but he was not the...
Exactly. That's the thing. That's where they go wrong about it. Is because they ignore everything Jesus ever said if they actually read the Bible. Because Jesus said, do not pray to anyone but God. God and Allah are not the same. But there is an idea out there that wants people to believe that it is. That all gods are the same God, when that's not true, dude.
No.
Allah never had a son. Never once. Never had a son. Never begot any children, and is unknowable. How can you know an idol? How can you know a chunk of wood? How can you know the thoughts of a chunk of wood?
Right.
Or even a stone, right? So the thing is that it's your thoughts, not the thoughts of the stone, or the wood, or what have you. But Jesus was actually the Son of God, a voice from heaven declared it so when it spoke to a large crowd of people, "This is my son, in whom I am well pleased."
Yep. Sorry.
Dude,
I hear you there, man.
right? I mean, that's the thing, is like, Jesus came on behalf of a father in heaven, not of his own accord.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't come to keep his kingdom. He came to free the minds of those who needed freeing from whatever it is that was keeping them bound.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he is the Neo in the Matrix, dude.
Have you seen the new one?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
but
I
I don't
won't
want to
spoil it.
because I think it's a money thing. I think they're doing it for money. They're not doing it for the love of the the thought. I think they're just touching it because it's golden.
It's a rehash. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, it's a rehash?
Mm-hmm.
Like they just redid the thing? They kept to the story and all that?
It's basically like he did it all again, but this time he's trying to remember as an older person.
Man, dude, that's rough, because like that borders into like the Asian. That's why I was interested in that wheel, is because I'm watching a TV show with my wife and her family about the Wheel of Time.
Yeah,
You know something about this?
I was gonna start watching it because I've seen articles on Snopes about.
Wait!
Before
you get in on the video, have you heard of this Wheel of Time before the show?
From Merlin, yeah. But,
from Merlin?
Yeah, he has the Wheel of Time as well. And
TV show.
And then also, if you think about, I think it's not Enoch, it's Gilgamesh. The story of Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Wait! Before we go on, I don't want to get steamrolled. I don't want to lose this.
No, go for it. I got you, man.
Okay. The Wheel of Time, I do believe, is something that is very important in heavenly realms, but I do believe that we don't fully understand why. The reason I say that is because a lot of Eastern cultures fell into this idea that reincarnation is a thing. It's normal. It happens all the time, and yet nobody remembers their past events. And when they do remember past events, they're always skewed. They're always wrong. They're always just crackpots, basically.
Right.
But the Wheel of Time is a real thing. We just haven't seen it for what it is.
It was created for the third dimensional, universe. I think it's a
like it's the
fractal.
one thing that angels don't touch.
Yeah, it's
because they don't live in the fourth dimension. Oh, they might interact with the fourth dimension because we exist there, but they don't comprehend it the way we do.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that they don't live in time and space. The demons do. Because they were put there.
So when the story ends, there goes their lot. If they ever had a lot to begin with. I mean, I'm using that as a mile marker, not even really a thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the concept, is when the story is done, they're out.
And that's why they
get eaten up by an eternal hellfire.
Because they know. And that's why they're the way they are, because they don't have any saving. They know that they're doomed. They know. They chose their thing, and for what they did, they will pay. And now they're going to have to, like think about it. Anticipation for when you're in jail and you're anticipating, you know what I mean? Anticipating that you're going to have to go, say, get the chair or the death penalty, and they sit you there for 10 more years in jail. Wouldn't you just, beg them just to kill you? Beg and please, why do I have to go through this? I'm anticipating that I have to die anyway. Why are you being, such a bastard and making me? Because you did. You have to pay for your shit. You have to watch all of man try to, develop and shit while you're sitting here without birthdays, without your Christmases, without, you know what I mean? And you're going to, if you go to hell or whatever, you're going to sit there, you're doomed, you're doomed, and you're going in a linear fashion.
Let me
Mhm.
give you a paradigm that might clarify some things.
Yeah.
So we agree that on some level, the devil and his cohorts are tangible objects, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so we agree that at the end of the story, they're gonna get burned up in eternal hellfire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's the kicker: what we imagine as being an eternal torment, I don't think is the case. I don't think that the God of love, who loves unconditionally, would subject someone to an eternal torture. I think that this eternal hellfire
Mm-hmm.
is a hellfire like napalm, only stronger, more potent, and far more pure. And this hellfire will attach to even ethereal beings,
Right.
so that this fire attaches to it and burns so hot and so furiously, but also so very consistently, that it will consume all the fuel given to it. Are you
Mm-hmm.
following, like, picking up what I'm
Mm-hmm. Like
laying down here?
quenching out a candle, or
Exactly,
like
dude.
there
It's
is no
like
life
once it's
force.
gone, it's gone.
Right.
Now, here's another thing that I think you might find really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know there's a hole in space?
Um, in terms of black hole or in the
No.
Milky
In
Way,
terms of stars, don't exist there.
like
It's a tunnel, dude.
a black area.
Yeah, no, it's a tunnel.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was very specifically
I'll
programmed
have to look it up.
into the heaven.
I'll-
So no stars exist within this space. It is a hole in space, and this space is several hundreds of light years from side to side. Several hundreds of light years from side to side in one
Interesting.
diameter. But it's also a perfect circle, and it matches the whole golden ratio perfectly.
Oh no shit.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's
Okay.
why they think that this was a purposeful created thing. This was not just an anomaly in space.
Uh,
So, if you go into the book of Revelation,
uh-huh.
it speaks of the devil and his Antichrist, which is, I believe, the papacy. When the story is done and they get cooked in the eternal hellfire,
Mm-hmm.
I think that the hellfire is going to burn them up until they're gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that the smoke that rises off of them is going to rise indefinitely. And the Bible even very specifically says their smoke will rise up forever. And I do believe that that hole in space is exactly where they're going to go, dude.
Damn.
To never touch anything, but to see and witness the march of time
Right.
throughout eternity,
Right.
but never be able to interact with it.
Right.
What an amazing thing.
Wow. Okay.
And to see that coming before it happens, you would have to be absolutely tremendously scared.
Well, yeah. Like, yeah.
To know
imagine
that's the prize that you have cooked up for yourself.
Yeah.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I would not want that on my friends or my enemies. That is a really troublesome thought.
That is very interesting. But yeah, I feel like the angels are, or anything that's on God's side, including like man that goes to heaven, it's not like an actual circle, but it's more of like, if you think of it as like a forever, but attached
Yeah, I think
on
of it
both
as a
ends.
spring coil.
Yeah, like
It
sort
does
of like that.
it does spin like a wheel, but
Yep.
it also moves through multiple dimensions.
Yep, it's transdimensional. Yeah, but everybody will have their own like
Oh yeah, man.
universe.
To each their own.
You know what I mean? Because he's going to create a mansion in the sky for you. But
Right, you have your own instance,
right,
and unless you're in the instance
like your entire
with someone
server
else,
will be yours. You're going to be the new Adam
Pretty
and
much.
Eve. You know what I mean?
pretty much, yeah. But I mean, that's what's really cool is that I am gonna be in awe and wonder when it happens, because I know
Mhm.
that it's gonna be grand. I know it's gonna be great, and I know it's going to be a lot more in depth than the video games that we're playing right now, but I think it's going to be a lot like this video game where you start basically naked and you build yourself up.
Yep, you got to prove yourself because nobody's going to hire a nobody. You
Oh
know,
man,
you can't trust
no,
comes in over
I
time.
think on management scales, man, like
Yeah.
you're far greater than you know.
But I think it's for a purpose. Like when he talks about when you go to heaven.
Yeah,
and,
man, everything happens for the glory of God.
Yeah, but I think it's you're gonna be the seed of your own universe, and then you will be like he'll still be the God, but for the next time, like like say like if you want to be.
Oh man, no, I'm not gonna go down that road. I don't think that there's gonna be a repeat. When he makes all things new, I think it's gonna be an entirely different universe.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we're living in the first
Like 2.0.
universe, but yeah, when he speaks the next spoken sentence, it's going to change things in ways that we did not expect.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I believe that the Bible speaks of no man or no eyes have seen, no ears have heard the things that await them in heaven. I think that's where it really ties in, is that we're not in that universe yet. Even string theory ends at that point, right before the things happen, because it's going to be made in a way that is new, that we haven't seen before, because it is also written in the Bible that there's nothing new. Everything has been done before. Everything has just been remasked multiple times.
It's retextured, same shit, different day, just with a different.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I might as well go make $1 million.
Well, it's yeah, yep. But that's how I feel about it. I've read so many different, totems and tablets and religious like artifacts, and studied like, excuse me, all the way down to like what they call portals and shit on Earth, from the ancient portals of man to the Ark of the Covenant. What is it really? You know what I mean? To how the first world was destroyed, and Noah's Ark. What is it really?
Hey, what was the conclusion on the Ark of the Covenant?
Okay, so this is you'll have to bear with me because I don't believe it all myself. But okay, so
give it to me in like 2 sentences if you can.
Well, I can do it in like a short abridged story. Like,
I mean, yeah,
think about
a paragraph or two is fine.
Think about weapons of mass destruction, right? Okay, and then think about the Nazis were looking for the Ark of the Covenant, and they did the Doc Bell or whatever it was. They went and got their religious stuff from, the Bhagavad Gita and all the ancient, to find all these like ancient cultures and where to get their instruments of faith, and which they felt had power, among men, like the Spear of Destiny, the Ark of the Covenant, right? So in the Bible, it talks about, the Ark of the Covenant, and the thing is if you look into our DNA nowadays, we are little tubular things that have strands that go across, right? Like a heart, okay, in a helix. Now, the thing is that our DNA is in tubes. The tube that is the construct of our DNA, that's like a ladder, inside of there is hollow. If you look at it, there's vibration that goes through that. God spoke everything in, through sound. He created everything through sound. We are, and then we everybody talks about manifesting through, believe and you manifest and then speak it, and the way that we are artistic, and you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm getting off the subject, but the Ark of the Covenant, from what I gather, is a device that can change you into an synthetic rainbow body, or a like into an ethereal kind of being. And I believe that the portals back in the day was sort of like the ancients trying to develop a way to get to heaven, because they had one in the ziggurat, and then they also have one in the ancient Babylon, where they had the Tower of Babel, where they were trying to get, like, okay, people aren't stupid. They're not just going to build a building that is like really, really tall and like, oh, God is literally in the clouds in the sky. People think of people like really stupidly. They had some tech before the fucking world, like not like the same as us, but they used like more of a Tesla kind of energy, you know what I mean, for their technology.
And all this came from what you think is in the Ark of the Covenant?
No,
what
okay.
do you think is in there?
So by the time the Israelites had it and they were going around, and then they had the trumpets, and then they blew down some of the Nanites castle or whatever, right? From that, when the one time that they were talking about the Ark of the Covenant being held by them, and then there was the holiest of holies where they put it, and they told that that's the throne of God. Yeah. So the thing is that I think that the reason why the Nazis were trying to get it is because they were trying to transfer through space and time and find those portal type of things, but not in a spiritual way, but they were using spiritual shit to find historical artifacts and GPS locations through the religious books. And I don't know if but in the Torah it was talking about that God would sit on the throne, and that is what he would use to change us into the light body, because you cannot go to heaven without your light body. And as a human, like, God could not go to heaven without dying.
What text does that come from with the rainbow body?
That one itself, I believe, it's in the New Testament when God talks about. See, I wish I knew exactly where it was. But it's not called rainbow body. It's called something else in
like body of light.
Yeah. You will be washed
Something
white
like
as
that.
snow. Like, people in like English, it's like you hear people saying, "Oh, he was dressed in all white," and then it was like a rainbow, like, you know, like you could see through it. Like rainbow, as in like an oily, you know, like angel-esque, you know, light kind of being. You know what I mean? Like a non-materialistic entity.
Luminescent.
Yeah, luminescent. Yeah, like that. So
We're not this crude fleshy matter.
right,
We are beings of light.
right. And so that's what I think, that the people from the before time tried to develop these devices to do that, but then they were smacked down by the Judea God when there was that war. And I think that, you know, it's been coveted a long time, but I think
I'd heard it differently, and that's why I'm like skeptical about this. It hides technology from the future.
no, it's a way to transfer to the heavens, to change.
Oh man, I think
It's a-
if you go in through not the gate, you're the liar and the thief, right? And violence is done in heaven by violent men.
Yep. I think that they were
So,
trying.
So what do you think is in there?
Well, I know that there's the spear that pierced God. There's the tablets, 10 Commandments, apparently, and then also there was something else. There's something else in there.
I think I know what it is.
What was it?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, I had heard that it was the manna that they ate that would go
That
bad
rained
the
from the
next
sky.
day.
Oh.
Yeah, like dew on the grass. Now, keep in mind that stuff was unknown. That's what mana means. It's, what is this?
Yeah.
They didn't know what it was. It was a miracle to them. It was food when they were hungry, but they didn't know what it was made out of. They couldn't keep it. It wouldn't last. The very next day it would be rotten. So what they did, what I think they did, is they put some of that in with the other holy relics, because this was a gift from God.
Ah.
And so they put some sort of chemical weapon inside of the Ark of the Covenant. And that's why it was kept in the Holy of Holies, because the frequencies of energy and sound going through that place were the right acoustics to be where they were, so that they could
So it didn't
be
oxidize.
a weapon.
Oh
Exactly.
shit.
No oxygen, dude. And oxygen deprivation. Who knows what kind of chemical weapons would be in that thing?
Yeah.
And you got to think it was also the spear, man. Like, wait,
Mm-hmm.
the spear came after the Ark of the Covenant, though.
Yeah. No, this was placed in there. The Spear of Destiny was, during when Jesus died and stuff. They placed it in there after they think they think that it was with the Israelites. Then it was stolen
Oh
during
man, but could you imagine what the blood of Christ
the
would do
Rosicrucians.
if there was mana in the box?
Oh, dude. And some people say that the mana is actually the Vril.
What's real?
Vril is an energy that they used to use back in the day, certain entities, and the Nazis actually figured it out and then created women to do certain things like remote viewing, if you ever heard about that.
No.
Remote viewing is when it's like an out-of-body experience and you go to
Oh,
a
man.
place that you think about, and then you can actually see in real time what's going on. And the Nazis in America and these ABC agencies, they all use it. They all know how to do it now, but originally they figured it out through the Vril Society. And Vril is actually from an old term that it's sort of like a black goo. And if you've ever heard of black goo, sort of like Spawn, or not Spawn. What's the new one? Venom. There's a new movie like Venom, sort of like Venom, where you could use it to basically harness magic that you shouldn't be tapping into.
So basically, just that.
Yeah, and so they think that the mana was a form of the Vril, but the thing is I heard from another guy that mana was actually a scientific anomaly that rained from the sky because of a certain situation on the Earth at that time. But I think
That's
it was just
believable,
more,
dude.
yeah. I think it was just more,
Magical and mystical when it was happening.
I think that is something we couldn't explain, and I think that maybe,
Maybe that's why it's called mana.
yeah. That's what I think, is that just like, because they keep saying that back in the day they used to walk with gods, or God, they used to walk and talk with God. And then when man went against God, he separated himself from man. And, you know what I mean? And then they talk about the firmament and how somebody went and took a nap. I think it was it Peter? Because they think that Peter wrote Revelations, but a lot of people say it's John. But Peter was
Actually,
John.
I think it was more the man leaving God situation rather than God leaving man.
Well, yeah. That's the thing, is man,
I just wanted to clarify that.
we used to be more about just accepting what it is. But when basically we became more of the flesh rather than the love and light, and we used to be able to do things like these giant bricks, dude, these giant megalithic structures, where we used to obviously have some sort of like technique that we don't have anymore, and it wasn't technology. We can't find tools, so we used to be able to do shit like move mountains, like God used to say that we could. Man has all this power and that you could move mountains, you know what I mean? Like, it literally says that. And then when God separated from man because man went more technological in some way, is how I kind of interpreted it. It's in some like long drawn out sentence, but the way when I was in like really small kid, they said that man started developing tools and this and that, and went trying to find the easy way out instead of just listening to what God told him to do. And then it became technology type of shit, and that's where the demons come from, or come out of, or starting to utilize it. Not that the demons are technology, but the demons can put themselves in tech, and things like the supercomputers now and shit like that. Like they basically live and feed in that shit. Not that that's their primary directive or their house. It's just something like a tool that they can use now, because it's a manifestation of man that's a direct violation from God. And it started out in the Old Testament when God was saying, don't mix basically lamb's wool with wolf wool. Don't mix this and that. And then he was talking about the chimeras, but then he actually said that one of his commandments was don't something about the flesh, but then he said when you're wearing clothes and stuff, do pure, like wear one type of clothing. Like if you're wearing pure cotton, wear pure cotton. Don't wear, and this comes from the Torah. I remember that. This is like the Torah, what the Jewish people believe, from Phoenicians, I believe. And God was saying like, don't make polyester, basically. Don't mix wools. Don't taint the DNA or whatever. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't wear like microfibers. Don't, and it's more of like showing that that you're not tainted by the skin of man instead of you're about God. And it's more like how people wear crosses now to say that they're Christians. That's what they used to do, was wear these robes of like one type of cotton, and nowadays everything's polyester, plastic, and this shit. And then the Bible clearly says don't do that, but it came from a time when they used to trust God, and men used to walk with God, and God would help them. And then they said the man has so much power that he could move mountains, and so we see all these megaliths and everything. We obviously had some sort of ethereal power, or the vril is what I'm thinking, to resonate things through sound.
I think a lot of things have changed since then, but the people had to have talked to each other in a way that empowered each other to actually have faith like a mustard seed that could move a mountain. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We don't do that now. We don't give each other empowering speeches. We don't correct each other the way we are told to.
I don't think that we have the same relationship that we used to in the Old Testament, which is why the tribe of Cain came out, and then that came out, then the Nephilim was tainted, the DNA, and then Noah's Ark happened. And then I think Noah was chosen because he was pure. He wasn't part of the tribe of Cain. He was part of his tribe was from Seth or whatever, which was
it was said that
one of the sons.
The world became so rife with sin that no light could be found in any people throughout the entire world,
right,
except for Noah.
Right.
Which means Noah had the knowledge of the love of God in him.
But he was allowed to take his family, right? He took his wife's and his,
Yeah, because they were in his house.
Right. So it had to be something.
Exactly. It was a familial
that was shared. It was shared with his family, I think, in like a materialistic way.
Absolutely,
brass
man.
tacks.
Like you're still in your father's house, type of thing.
Yeah.
You live under your father's house. You eat your father's food.
Yep. So therefore, you are.
Yeah, pretty much. You're a free labor. You're a laborer to your father, basically.
And that's one thing I've always thought of, is that the Bible does talk about making fishers of men, but also being fruitful in seeding the planet. He's very adamant about, and it doesn't talk about him having children or a wife, but I really think that he did have a wife and they had a daughter, and then that Mary went over to France in the ancient times, and then that's actually the blood of Christ. I think that still exists today.
What, the Mary of Vinci line?
Yeah, possibility from the Rosicrucians.
I don't know, man. I'm not following the track.
It's
did she appear
story
in Jesus's lineage?
Well, that's what they're saying, but I haven't done I don't know enough about science to do the DNA. You know what I mean? But they're saying that
no. The lineage of Jesus is actually written, dude. If she doesn't appear in his lineage, then any claim that she is part of it is hoax.
Yeah, but you were saying that they never write down the women.
No, dude, they did. They wrote down 2 of them because their
Esther
stories were
and
important to
Ruth?
his being there.
Ruth and Esther. I think
Yes.
that, and then Mary Magdalene, the one that they were calling a prostitute or whatever, I think that she was actually a lover, and that they.
Well, I don't. I'm not gonna dig in on that, dude. Jesus's penis was Jesus's penis.
Right,
Whatever he
right.
did with his penis,
But think about
that's
it.
for him to know, dude.
He was.
I'm not gonna be like pointing fingers and being like, oh, well, this, that, and the other thing might have happened. Well, dude,
He
what
says
might have happened maybe should be kept private.
right, and that's a personal thing, I think, which is why it wasn't. But I think that he says practice what you preach, right? But at the same time, he was a
Yeah, dude,
adamant guy
I don't
about
put
family.
my sexual affairs out in the public eye.
Right, but he was like,
That's
he was
me
all for
practicing my
making
preaching.
family. You know what I mean? Which means that he was saying, be married to one person and they become 2, or 2 become 1, and he's all about the marriage thing, in the eyes of God, and then he was saying, make fruit, be fruitful with your children and stuff, but make sure that they are godly, and then so wouldn't you think that the one that was saying that, maybe he didn't like put it out there, but there's a possibility that he had his own family and had a lineage, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying he did or not. I'm just saying that in that kind of rational thinking, you would think, other than the fact that he wouldn't want to put that torment on his wife because he knew he was going to die because he was omnipotent, right? Omnipotent. So therefore, if you go that direction, then he probably wouldn't have done that, gotten married for the torment of his family, and that would have changed her into spiteful. That her
No
love,
offense, but this is starting to sound like a comic book, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, you could think it if you want, but it still sounds like a comic book, dude.
Yep.
Like no mention of that was ever made. He did spend time with women. However, he spoke as a teacher to a student, like a shepherd to a sheep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was making woman with the intent of using her as a fleshlight.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Right. But do you think
Well,
that
I mean,
he had
that's
a son,
the thing
or?
is, like, if we're talking about Jesus, we got to talk about him in a godly aspect. And I don't think God made woman with the intentions of having her eat the fruit that he had specifically told Adam not to eat, and then have her go astray so that she could eventually evolve into a fleshlight. Because
Right.
essentially, if Jesus had sexual relations with a woman, that's what she would have been to him, is
Right.
a clay construct.
Because he knew he was going to die, so therefore he could never.
And he also knew that he was God, or God's son.
Right.
He
So
belonged in
rationally.
dimensions that she would never understand.
Right. So rationally,
Or at
he
least
wouldn't
not
have a
in
wife.
the lifetime that she was allotted.
Right.
I mean, there's so many loose ends there, it's starting to look like frayed yarn, dude.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Which way would you think? And then
What
you're
do you
telling me, do you think he would have married? Because the Rosicrucians have an entire, secret society devoted to the body of Christ.
I
blood
think
of
he would
Christ.
have married me, dude.
Who?
I'm the bride of Christ. He specifically calls his people the bride of Christ. The church, the Christian, the Christ-like people.
Mm-hmm. But
who
that's in a
are
spiritual
the church,
sense, though.
That is a very, I mean, it's a
'Cause that's
very personal
paraphilistic.
thing. Now, keep in mind, this is, like I said, this is a personal thing. If you cannot say for yourself, I am the bride of Christ,
Right.
then you're not.
Right.
You're not that guy.
You don't have the right
Right?
vibration. You don't have the right
Precise-
knowing.
Precise.
And
Which
he
means
does not know
that
you.
that entire perspective, that entire paradigm,
Mm-hmm.
would not make sense to you.
And that's when he's saying, like, oh, I believed in you. I praised your name. I said, and he's like, I do not know you. You cannot come.
No, see, that's the thing is like he would have to speak to that person
Mhm.
in a way that said, "I am love, but I never knew you because you chose not to let me know you."
Right. You wouldn't let me
Does
in.
that make sense?
Right. Yep.
So that's where the whole thing with him speaking, "I never knew you," he's speaking to a generation or a certain group of people
Mhm.
that would not be still on the inside long enough to actually face the difficult questions of, who are you? Have
Mhm.
you told me anything about yourself lately? Have you
Right.
told me what struggles you've gone through lately? Have you asked my help for any of the issues in your life lately? Who is it that you say that I am to you? If you say that I'm your friend, then by all means treat me like a friend and come to me when you need help.
Mhm.
But if you choose not to, then you are not the bride of Christ,
I've
and it wouldn't
seen
matter.
so many people who, and I don't pretend to be not one of them, but I
Now,
see.
keep in mind, like, I know there's the extreme other side,
Right.
which is they fall into the category of hypocrites, where
Right.
they say they have certain values, but really they don't.
They're like snakes, man.
Precisely,
They get you in there and then they bite you. Yep.
man. It's just you don't want to go there, man.
Yep. Yep. But no, I agree with a lot of things you say. I just want you to know that I don't just only read the Bible. I read
That's
a
fine, dude. It's
ton of
fine.
religions, so I
Like
can't
I said,
profess
man,
to one. You
you
know.
do you, boo boo.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for you, but at least I know that I did try to do right.
Right.
In that, God said, when you share the gospel, share the whole gospel.
Mhm.
And with you, I have pulled no punches.
Right.
I've given you the best of my knowledge to what the gospel is, to what I know and what I've experienced up till now.
So do you
So I can sleep sound at night knowing that I tried to do you right.
have you heard about the? I mentioned another beings that were one of the first, but have you heard of the Anunnaki or the
I have heard the
Sumerians?
name before,
Now
but to
they
me,
profess that they are demons.
oh, are they like human? What are they?
No, they are giants, and they say that they were the sons of giants, and they came
No,
from.
where are these people?
We don't know now, um, but
Oh, they were like a group of people who are now no longer here.
no, they came from this planet called Nibiru. They created a form of man, which we think are the fuck, I never remember. They're pre-Atlanteans, um,
Man,
and then they came.
I'm not gonna go like that.
Yeah, it's from a
That's not a
script.
topic I care to get into.
But yeah. So basically, they even possess, or they say that they are the gods, and then they went around and basically said they were gods
A
and
rebel
humans are
would call
slaves.
himself king.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
exactly. And they enslaved like this being of humans, and then the Homo sapiens actually worked with the Neanderthalistics or the Neanderthals, the ones that were more bigger and like dumber. Not the Homo sapiens, but back then they were saying there were many different types of chimeras, and then the Greeks fought them before the flood. The Parisians or where they are, whatever they're called, they weren't the Greeks. They weren't fighting them when they were Greeks, but the Greeks had stories about their previous culture, about the Parisians or something, and then they used to fight the chimeras made by the Anunnaki, which was the Sumerians, and we did find Sumeria. We know that the Sumerians existed, and all of their tablets claim that their gods were the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki were these half man, half lizard.
Wait. Let me rewind the clock here. You said this was pre-flood.
Yeah, this is pre-dynastic.
All right, hold on. I'm destroying a roof tile, but I've got a running thought here.
You're destroying a roof tile?
Yes, it's part of the job. Anyways, moving on.
Nice.
So the topic is pre-flood, right?
Pre-flood.
And the
Chimera.
Bible's okay, but quite literally, the Bible says that the world had become darkened, meaning no light shone from them, no light of the knowledge of God shone in them, right? The whole world, dude, the whole world. Imagine today, the same thing happening today. That means something like 9 billion people suddenly become the inner defilation that comes from within. They have become the tools of their own destruction type of stuff, right? Okay, so we're on the same track. People are screwed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now moving on from there, we're talking about the time where Noah existed and Noah actually knew God on a level of, hey, I still know the love of God, right?
Yeah, he could call upon him and God would speak
moving
back.
on from that is, I'm not surprised in the least bit. In fact, I'm muddled by the just the commonality here in that you've said that this group of people have chosen to serve not God, but gods that were professed rebels of heaven. They were not the original rulers. They are not the king. They are rebels trying to overthrow the king.
Yep. And then
which means that it goes right back to the same thing we're doing right now.
Exactly what it said, yeah.
In that, dude.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I agree.
It's not crazy at all, dude.
It's a circle, man.
Who cares?
It's a fucking circle, and we're hella stupid.
No, we're not. That's the thing is, like, some of us can actually move on from it. The thing is that there's always going to be the paradigm of the lobsters in the boiling pot.
Yeah,
you know,
true.
When you try and get one to get out of there, they're all going to pull them back.
Yep. They don't feel a thing, but they scream a lot, though.
Man, and that's the thing is, like, if you're cognizant of it, what would you say if the lobster was actually self-aware?
Oh, God.
Would your position change at all?
Well, see, I claim that they are self-aware. We're just too... we look the other way so that we can have our...
You're right, man. We do look the other way.
We look the other way so we can have what we want. And I think that's what happened with humans to God, is God said, this is the way, and everything's awesome. Here's everything you could ever need. Here's a fish in a fishbowl. Anything you could ever need is right here. And they're like, well, I wanna fly. I wanna do this. I see that bird. He flies. I want to fly.
Man, no, I don't think it's I don't think it's like that though. I think what was being done was nefarious.
Yeah, it was done to them.
I think it was
rape.
I think it was the complete extinction of many different creatures that existed at the time.
Yep, you're right.
I'm thinking overhunting to the point of extinction on multiple different areas throughout the world, destabilizing the chain of events type of stuff.
Yep, I think you're right.
I think that these people were rife for the flood, and I think that's why the Tower of Babel was so potent in the string of events in the Bible history. You know, in that they were creating a tower, and it was not that they were creating a tower or a construct that got to God, that made him send his angels to confuse their language. What got to God was that it was a big old middle finger in the air to God, saying, you have flooded the world and we don't agree with this. We're going to build a tower so great and so big in its construct that it will literally nullify all natural disasters and events that you could throw at us. And that's why God came in and did what he did to disrupt the building of this project, because they all did speak one language at the time. It wasn't an issue of, oh, I see things differently. It was a, hey, Joe, I need the hammer. And Joe says, oh, yeah, I think that's over by the toolbox. Instead of saying, oh, you need the claw hammer or you want the nail gun? Right? So it was one language, and God knew that if left alone to their own devices, they would build a tower so big that God would no longer have natural disasters as a form of communication.
Mm-hmm.
It was them literally plugging their ears to God and turning their back on him at the same time. Like, I can't hear you, I can't see you, you don't exist. Right? I mean, it's very childish, but that's what was happening.
Yeah, it makes a shit ton of sense, though. You know what I mean? Like, in a timeline.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, I do want to see
that show, dude. Guess who was the king of Babylon when they decided that it was a good idea to build a giant tower?
Was that Nebuchadnezzar?
Nope, Nebuchadnezzar came after
Solomon.
He was actually he was a few kings after, I think.
Was
but
it Set?
No, Set was Egypt.
Right.
No, you've heard the name before, but it's not a name that you're going to remember lightly. You would have to actually make the effort to remember this name because demons don't want you to know it, because it's so pertinent. It's so key to the situation that we find ourselves in politically right now. The name of the king of Babylon at the moment that they chose to build a tower as a big old middle finger to God was none other than Nimrod, the sun god.
No way, Nimrod.
The sun god. Not just Nimrod as a man, but Nimrod as the sun god.
Oh, shit. Yeah,
dude,
and his symbol was the pine tree.
Yeah, but why do you think we worship God on Sunday? Yeah, going right back to
even though Saturday is the Sabbath.
Papacy. That's right, dude. Yeah. Saturday is the Sabbath. But
and he said to keep the Sabbath
generation
holy.
After generation over several hundreds of years.
Even Christians today, they don't believe that. They don't believe. It says right in their book, keep the Sabbath holy, and the Sabbath is on Saturday. Okay?
That's right.
Remember. When they changed it to Sunday, but I wondered why. Because it's
because of the sun god. You can I mean,
bat
it all around, but it's the same thing, and that's why the papacy, their art images have Jesus and Mary with halos around their head. That's not Jesus and Mary. That's actually Nimrod's son and his mother, whose son was actually his mother sired his child.
And I've seen some of that on the Freemason stuff.
Yeah, dude, it's all over the place. It's the worship of the sun god. It's the worship of Nimrod.
Yeah.
That is the birthplace of paganism, which is now common day Catholicism.
Okay. See, I put two and two together before, but I had forgotten that. I agree.
I will never forget that.
Okay, yeah, because my brother was telling me about Nimrod, and I was like, like some of my family's very, different. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got me there. That, I will definitely read up on that, but that, just how you put it, actually, yeah, that may, yeah. All right, dude, you got me, yeah.
He went to war, he got killed, and his wife, who was also his mother, was with child, but their nation didn't know it, so she kept it quiet, and then when time came around, she declared to her nation that she was pregnant by the reincarnation of Nimrod. So the whole idea of reincarnation is actually a pagan idea. The idea of bringing the dead back to life is actually just a recreation of the story of Christ, which has been played out many times throughout history.
Well, yeah, yeah.
However, none of the other usurpers, none of the rebels, have ever had the power to claim that their name was the name that would save them.
Right.
Number one, not a single one made that claim. And that is the defining feature that Jesus had over all of his competitors, if you will. He actually had the power in his name to redeem and save, whereas nobody else ever even made the claim that they could do so. Not unless they were a crackpot and they were found out to be crackpots real quick. Like, those people they're cursed, literally. but they are
So,
cursed, but not in a way that they know.
do you know about Revelation? Or have you read it?
Revelation is a sudden realization or awakening to
No, the book.
fact or realization.
Or Revelations. The Revelations.
The Book of Revelation.
Yeah.
Or Revelation.
Yeah, have you read that, or do you know anything about it?
I have read it, but it's one of those books that it's still happening. It's still a very living text, and so I have to keep going back for more. Otherwise, it's just it's very hard coded.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The security system on that thing is far greater than what I have the capabilities of opening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I can digest a lot of what has already happened, so
yeah. So,
I'm not the dullest crayon on the box, if you know what I mean.
Right. And I think it was, I mean, most of this is like Old Testament, but I believe it was Mark. Like Matthew was talking about all the lineages and stuff at the beginning, but I think it was Mark, the second book in the New Testament, that was talking about a bunch of stuff about like Numbers and Deuteronomy, about like casting lots and what monies is and what sizes of this is, like Exodus, part of Exodus.
Man, you're talking about the Book of Numbers, actually.
Yeah, Book of Numbers, yeah. So he said
it was either Leviticus or Numbers, one or the other.
Leviticus
it was
is
very
one.
legalistic, and it was just so hard.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually Old Testament. That was neither Matthew or Mark.
Right, and so they were talking about blood sacrifices and how...
Yeah, no, I didn't get into that because that's something that we no longer have to do.
Yeah, and they were saying in the New Testament you don't need to do that. He was going around saying you don't need to do that.
Fulfilled the role
of blood sacrifice, for mankind.
Yeah, the ultimate sacrifice.
Yep.
It doesn't get any better.
But that I found is like crazy because, I mean, not crazy, but I found that like he knew the Old Testament, but yet he was like, okay, so that the disciples are a huge thing, right? And there was more disciples and followers of Jesus, but these 12 ones were like picked, You
mean there was more followers than disciples?
Oh yeah, like there was a crowd of people that followed him,
some of them were probably doing it because he was a free meal ticket.
Well, yeah, when he changed all the fish to there was like 5 fish or whatever, and he changed it to 1,000.
When he multiplied the fish and the bread.
Yeah, and they were saying there was close to like 2,500 people or some shit like that that were following him.
That was only the heads of the men. That wasn't including the women or the children.
Mm. Yeah,
that was just the full-grown men. So those were all probably either dock workers or men with families and stuff like that. So there were probably somewhere around 10 to 20,000.
Mm-hmm. And he was telling about when you tithe. He said you no longer have to do the blood.
Now keep in mind, this is a sore subject for me because I haven't tithed in a very long time.
But he was actually saying, he's like, you don't tithe to like your church like they're saying you do now.
No, man, you tithe to God.
Yeah, you tithe.
The church is just a vessel.
Yeah, so you basically take a portion of your money and devote it to basically I don't know how to explain that.
Talk to God first and then find out if he really wants you to put that money in that direction.
Yeah, but use it for
I kind of grasp where you're coming from because I've lived that side of life.
Yeah, you use it for like doing good, but in God's name. Like in Jesus' name.
Man. If they ask in the right way, and someone asks for money, and you have a $20 bill in your pocket, dude, cash out.
Yeah,
God is giving you an option to actually do what is right because they asked in the right way. But if you don't ask in the right way, there's no harm in telling someone you have nothing to give, even if you've got $100 in your pocket.
Right. They're saying use that instead of a blood sacrifice. The new sacrifice is your, basically your tithing, and the tithing is
your monies.
Yeah, and so do that
That's your
in the
energies,
name of God to somebody, and then they will be willing to listen to you about God.
That's amazing.
So it has nothing to do with giving money to the church. And that's one thing I never understood is why you tithe to the church.
Oh man, I only just gave them a blessing. I never even spoke to them. I feel like a goofball.
Yeah, but it says that it'll open them up to listening Like,
Yeah, because you've satisfied their need, but
yeah,
you've also done it in a way that is
yeah.
acceptable to
And
them.
then they talk about fishing and making fishers of men, and then you know, stuff like that. But the Matthew version of that, because they all say the same thing. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is like the same story, but in their eyes and in different ways of saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Peter and John, like John wrote these letters, and I think
Keep in mind that it was either Peter or John. One of them was a doctor, dude. So
Peter.
his verbiage would have been completely different.
Yeah, Peter was a doctor, but he was the brother of John, and John was basically, and then fucking what's his name, Judas, was basically
which one, Iscariot or the other Judas? Because there was actually 2 Judases within the 12 disciples. Yeah, I know, right? A common overlooked crucial detail.
How
there
so?
were actually 2 Judases.
Yeah.
One was Judas Iscariot, which was the traitor, and the other was just named Judas something.
Right. So do you
But
blame...
yeah, no, Judas came up twice in the 12 apostles.
And then Peter was the one that denied Jesus' name 3 times before the chicken
That's
crow.
right, with
Yeah.
the croc and the crow.
Right, and he was a
crowing the
doctor.
cock.
Yeah, he was the doctor, yeah. Because he was about the flesh of man, and God was talking to him about, you know, like, yes, it's good to heal, but he was saying, believe in God. And he's like, speak this and do this, like, use this. You can walk with God, and then, like, there is miracles. And then that's where the men can do mountains, move mountains and shit like that, or whatever. Because he was, like, saying, no, I can do this and this, and I learned this from, like, you know, Egypt, and I learned this from, you know, the far lands of whatever. You know, and he was like, nah. He's like, dude, check this out. And he, like, healed the fucking guy with the wounds all over him. I forget what you call that. And
Leprosy?
then, yeah, and then he got up and started praising God's name and shit. You know, and then he was talking about... The thing that I wanted to point out is that he started talking about that it's a form of, like... And I don't know exactly if I got it right, but it's a form of, like, if you're negative and you start going on the flesh of man and stuff, even though being a doctor is good, the point that he was trying to make is, like, not everybody needs surgery, you know what I mean? It's about being positive. And people will come to positivity and flourish towards you through positivity. But if you're negative and you're always just like, oh, this and this and this, and I can fix this for you, but do this for me, you know, and then when you give a gift, but you expect a gift back, that's all the gift you're going to get. You know what I mean? But if you give a gift, like the tithing, and then you get it back like tenfold or whatever, and it's through sacrifice that you get these riches. It's not like through works, but by faith is basically what he was saying. But you can get riches. He has nothing. He says that it's harder for the rich man to go through the eye of a needle than, you know what I mean, or the, you know, stuff like that, to see the kingdom of heaven than, you know what I mean, blah blah blah. But then he wasn't against being rich. He just was against nefarious ways of getting rich. You know what I mean? But he said that.
Oh, the love of money and avoidance of it.
Yeah. So
okay, I understand.
When he
that.
tipped
but
over
hey,
the
hey,
tables.
Hey.
Yeah.
I just want to take an intermission for a minute.
Yeah. Is
Just
Scully still there?
Spend some time saying nothing.
Ah. I'm Tommy Skunk.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's the thing is, somewhere in the Bible, we're told that someone who speaks a lot has no lack of sin.
Yeah.
Like, if you're firing full auto, 99% of those bullets are probably not going to hit their target.
Mm-hmm.
They'll hit what they were aimed at, but fully auto, dude. Yeah,
Yep.
man. How often do you talk about this type of thing?
I like to talk about it, but not a lot of people are open to talking about it. So I usually just throw
That's
a
why I
fish
ask, is
pole
because
out there.
you know, when you come across that one person who's willing to listen, it's like
Right.
Open the damn doors and let the waters flow.
Yeah. But yeah, I love to talk about that stuff, even though, like, You probably don't,
Dude,
research a lot of the other
I
stuff.
totally understand. When you talk about God, it's an amazing thing.
It's something
It can
better than
be. It
talking
can be.
about, the
It
crap
can
on the
also be
planet.
scary.
Well, yeah, just the light of God would, vaporize you. So I guess
I
if
don't
you
know, man.
saw
I've
him,
had the light of God in me, and I've seen the light of God shine through other people. So I
yeah,
do believe that even though we're not actually like made of crystals, I
right,
have seen the light of God shine through physical, tangible bodies. Like
mm,
that light is beyond what we know in science. Like, dude, it's fantastic to see God move like that. It was mind blowing. Now,
mm,
granted, it was fairly short lived because people get bored easily. However, I did witness some amazing events,
hmm,
and I will never forget it.
that's cool. Right on. Uh,
Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
do you know about
That was
auras
now.
or?
Keep in mind, I didn't smoke weed. I
Uh-huh.
smoked weed like twice in the army. Once while I was stationed, and once while I was at war.
Uh-huh.
And both of those times, one of them I didn't know I was smoking weed, and the other time I think I had an overdose because I started having seizures on our porch. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is
Oh.
that the first time I really started to smoke weed for enjoyment rather than to escape the collar and binds of the government
Mm-hmm.
was when I was around the age of like 26 to 28 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So I had no experience with drugs up until 26 years of age. Like when now like rewind time like 400 years and we're living in America, or at least what will eventually become America, and we are surrounded by Native Americans, Incas, Aztecs, etc. The
Mm-hmm.
Americas. We're living with the Indians.
Right.
These Indians at the age of like 12, maybe 13, when their balls drop,
Yeah.
that's about the time that they were told to march out into the desert, eat peyote, and then meet God.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, in essence, that's what they were aiming for. They were
Mm-hmm.
trying to connect with God on a deeper level, and so they were allowed to eat the hallucinogens to create neural pathways that would not have existed before then.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
that's why I think it was
DMT.
so potent.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's also why it was so potent to me, is that I felt at that point in time that I was free to do so.
Right.
And now keep in mind, this is a very key event for me because when I got it, I felt so cherished. I felt so loved, like the beloved son and the father looking down at him with a look of just acceptance and just a father being pleased at his son, knowing that he is loved, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And at that moment, I asked if everyone was okay with it, and I was like, "Hey, can I pray over this?" And they were like, "Yes." So I prayed over the weed, and I was like, "God, thank you for this weed. I am so glad I get to enjoy this." I asked him to clean it and bless it, and I believe he did. Because what came after that led to me to where I am now, and I don't even have to work to pay my bills.
Mm-hmm.
I'm financially free. Technically, I'm financially anchored. I'm not technically financially free because
Yeah.
I can't take vacation when I want.
Yeah, I'm
But
anchored too.
that is a possibility.
Well, I mean, I
But
could
at least
take
I'm
vacation
anchored.
when I want, but I can't move when I want. I can't get out of California without destroying my entire empire.
Oh, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
It's a position thing. Yeah, no, I'm trying to build myself up so that I'm not tied down like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm still an entrepreneur. I have multiple streams of income, but they're hard assets and they're, rooted to the ground that it's built on.
Gotcha. Yeah, I
Yeah.
would much rather have digital real
Mm-hmm.
estate, I think.
Yeah, digital real estate's a huge thing now.
Is
It's
it?
becoming a huge thing. It's considered an MLM, but
What
it's
is an MLM? What is
well,
that?
It's what does MLM stand
Multiple
for?
level marketing.
Yeah. Multiple level marketing. It's a pyramid
Okay,
scam. Usually they're turned upside down and they're called funnels.
Oh, no. Wait, what? Say that part again with the funnels.
Okay, so there's things called, if people start talking about funneling or funnels, you know that's a pyramid scheme.
Okay.
Only the top person gets rich or the bottom person gets rich. It's always the first people get rich, and everybody else are led to believe through all this, jargon that you're gonna get rich, but never pull out because it's not your time yet. You're gonna, if you just hang on for just a little bit longer, and then they shut down the company. So that's usually what happens. My mom's a MLM like guru. She's been in MLMs her whole life, and I've been in a couple, and now I'm into multi-level marketing, which is the same thing, but it's things like like say how do you these gurus on here that are like, oh, do you want to have a Ferrari? Do you want to make multiple tons of thousands of dollars just by renting out these cars, these exotic cars? You're like, sure, yeah. And then you get into it, and it turns out that you're paying for a script, then you're paying to know something that a high schooler would know, then you're paying something that they say that they have this secret or whatever. They're the one that has the secret. Just follow them. Everything's legal. Then you get to where you have to pay for a PDF, for about $30. Then after that, they want you to come to this class to learn about what you've read on the PDF for $400. Then after that, you're going to have to buy $6,000 worth of products in order to own the brand. Now you're a distributor. Now that you're owned by them. So what you're going to do is, we're in the car business, right? So you're going to have to go to that rent place over there. You're going to rent a car at the age of 25 for $1,000, and you're going to rent that car out to somebody else for say $1,500. That's $500 in your pocket a day. That's awesome, right? Don't you want that? I got you, man. Now you do that, right? So in like say 2 weeks, you've made $6,000 or whatever. Well, guess what? Here comes fucking owner dude. He's like, well, guess what? Because of the branding, you're gonna have to pay your monthly and your yearly up front, and that's roughly $6,000. So you go back to work, right? You make another $6,000. He's like, no, bro, that's all yours. You're like, thank God, I've made it. I finally made it, and this is residual. This is a passive income. I'm gonna be rich, man. I'm gonna be a millionaire. And he's like, yeah, you are, man. Now go find more people. You're like, okay, so you do that, right? Now guess what? Somebody that's renting your car slams into a building, okay? You're not a licensed broker to rent that car out, okay? So that insurance is not under his name, it's under your name. You're gonna have to pay for that car to the guy that you rented that car from. Then you sublet, which is illegal, to rent that car out. That's really what they're doing on that exotic car. And what they tell you, what the guru tells you, when you whine and cry and tell the guru that he's a piece of shit, he's like, no, bro, the secret is, man, you got to sue that. You got to make that guy that you rented the car to, you got to make that guy sue the original company, because it's not your fault. It's the company's fault that car, that he ran into the fucking building. And he leaves you high and dry for lawyers, insurance, paying that car off, getting double sued from the other company. That's that exotic car guru shit that you've been seeing. That's how it works. Same thing with the real estate get rich quick shit. The same bullshit. You buy a house from a guy that already owns it with the promise that you're going to sell it before you have to pay it. Tax season comes along, you haven't sold it. Fuck, dude, you're out $500,000 and you're being sued for an extra $100,000 because you owe licensing fees. Why not just go get your go to real estate school, get your license, get your B&I license, then start renting out, buying up duplexes and quadplexes at 2% instead of 25%, because you're on a first buyer's loan and you've got a real estate license to do, private buildings. You know what I mean? Like, instead of just houses, you can do, offices and shit. The thing is that if you live in it, you, for 1 year, you just have to live in it for a year. If you do, you only have to pay 2.5%, but because you're on a first-time buyer's loan, you only have to pay like 1.2%. But now that prime is really short, you only have to pay like, I'll say $10,000 for every $150,000 that the thing is worth. So instead of the $25,000 to rent out both sides. So after 2 years, you can rent out both sides. Then you duplicate that. That's how you become a real estate legend. But the guys that are doing the MLMs, they're at the top owning it, and they don't actually own it, but they're going to sell it to you with the promissory note that you're going to sell it. So the guy that's telling you they're selling it to you is just scamming you in a Ponzi scheme, and he's going to keep paying shit off when the government wants money, but then he's going to lose the money, but then it's going to trickle down to you. So you have to buy the inventory, keep buying the inventory so it looks like you're making money, but they're just thinning out the money. Same thing with this Bitcoin and like Shiba Inu, these smash and grabs or whatever. Pump and dumps is what they call it. So what they do is they're like, okay, here's an NFT, okay? Those are digital whatevers, you know what I mean? So that's a scam. Like if I go on right now and I take a picture of Michael Jordan, you know, of Michael Jordan's card online, I have him on my screen. Do I want, you know, to pay $100,000 for Michael Jordan's image? No, I don't want to do that, but that's what they're doing for NFTs. So that's a scam. You know, you'll get to have a receipt that you own the original, but who fucking cares, dude? We're in a digital age. The other thing is Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin's legit. Bitcoin's cool, okay? There's $5 million coins. Let's say that. They only made $5 million coins. All right? So they spread it out between people, okay? Now, if you bought $10,000 worth of Bitcoin at the price of, say, $1, and I know Bitcoin's worth at least $50, $60, but for this idea, Bitcoin's only worth, you know, $10,000 at $1 a piece, okay? So if you bought 10,000 Bitcoin, all right, you now have $10,000 treasury, okay? So what you do is you take out an LLC or an S corp.
Oh man, no offense, but I stopped listening.
Oh, okay.
I am still a very small fry when it comes to speaking in finances, let alone living in finances. So it's like when someone starts laying it on me, I'm like, nap time. Damn. I'm checking out. See you later.
Yeah. But anyways, they're making Bitcoins. They're making their own digital coins.
I think it would be a lot different if I was able to make 10,000 a month.
Right.
Because then I would actually care a little bit more.
Right. But yeah, those are all scams, man. All these internet things. But the thing is that
I wouldn't say all of them, but
digital,
all of the ones that you've listed, absolutely, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
real
estate,
100% there. However, there are some things that I have looked into that are actually like life skills. One of them is neurolinguistics programming. Have you ever heard of this? Do you know what this is?
Neurolinguistics programming. So brain strategies programming. Okay, so explain in your way.
Okay, in my way. It is super subliminal secret shit.
Okay.
So that you can speak in a way that programs other people's minds to do what you want them to do. That is in no way compromising their inner ability to say no, so that they can do what is on their best behalf to do.
Yes, I learned that called micro-expressionism. That's what
Micro-expressionism, huh?
Yeah, I learned it in that way, but I know what you mean. It's a marketing.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm. That's
very
what I'm
smart.
One of the things that I have bought into is just that. It's marketing.
Very smart.
It's marketing at its core, because this is something that I can take with me. It's an intangible value. And it's something that I'm never going to lose. So if I can actually confirm this.
Yeah, do that. It's very smart. I made lots of money.
You have?
Yes,
you have?
I've made lots of money.
Marketing is the way to go then.
Yeah, say like, okay, we'll put it in like, not that you're stupid, you sound smart, but layman's terms. All right, say like if I walk up to you, right, and I'm taking you out to dinner, and we're going to a meeting, right? We're going to walk by a storefront. It's going to have a sunshine. And let's just say that I'm selling you sunshine, okay? All right, so okay, I'm selling you, love and light, and then we're bottling up sunshine, okay? It's this new energy, okay? So we're gonna walk by a store. I've already paid that store to have like a dress in the color yellow. Okay, then your eyes are already gonna start focusing because that's sex, right? Sex sells. So your eyes focus on that dress, right? But you know, we don't know that you did that. Like that's inside your head, right? You're not gonna be like, oh, dude, that fucking you know, that dress on that mannequin is fucking hot, dude. So now I'm in your dopamine receptors, okay? Yellow. All right? So now we're going to walk by, like, say, another store, and it's going to say, have a sunny day, you know? And I planted that earlier. And then and then just subliminally you saw that. Then we're going to go in there, and it's going to say, we're going to go into the restaurant that basically has, you know, like yellows and oranges and stuff like that. But then in like small letters underneath stuff that you order, I've planted things like warm potato or you know, sunny side up eggs. You know what I mean? And then in your head, you're like, oh, geez, like all of my shit is firing off. I am excited, and I'm like, all right, I got you, man. All right, here's what I got for you. And I open it up, and it says, welcome to Motel 6. And there's a sunshine on it. You know what I mean? You thought I was selling you sunshine, but I just sold you a hotel. So subliminally, you're all fired up, but I could sell you anything you want, even though I'm talking about sunshine. But you're down to do it because I got you on all angles. And that's just layman's terms. You would have to be there for me to stimulate all your senses without.
Right.
Yeah.
You're stimulating their emotion.
Yeah. I'm selling you an emotion. Like if I was selling you a car, I wouldn't be like, what kind of car do you like? What do you want? What features? I'd be like, you know, how's your girlfriend? What kind of car does she? You know, have you ever had a top off your car? Imagine your hair in the fucking sunlight. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, what kind of glasses would you wear with that shit? You know, would you wear, you know, police glasses? Like
Get
cops wouldn't pull you over in this car.
With the fantasy.
Yeah, and then they're like,
their own.
Yeah, it's their idea, man. Yeah, fuck yeah, your girl's gonna love that shit. Yeah, fuck yeah, she is. You know what I mean? Like it's
feed the fire.
Yeah, and I think you have a voice that is congruent with that kind of business. I think you would be.
Thank you, dude. Thank you.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, that's a good idea.
Just say, go get them, Tiger.
Yeah. They're great.
Right on, dude. Right on. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's smart. That's You have that. Yeah.
I've been trying to do this for some time now, and I have not done it because there is a portion of their curriculum that means you have to schedule a role play call, and you call on behalf of XYZ company. Mm-hmm. And you're trying to close a deal because that's what marketing is. You're a deal closer, right? And so that's what I'm trying to learn is how to close deals. And I do believe I have learned it well enough that I could do it, but I haven't because it really comes down to actually making a phone call to someone who's not actually a part of XYZ company, has no idea what XYZ company is. Like, there's so many unknown variables in all of this that it's like, yeah, we're role playing. Yeah, you can come up with whatever you want to. It doesn't feel real to me, and I don't want to lie about something. If I want to sell something, I want to believe in the product that I'm selling. You know what I mean? I want to be legitimate about what I'm doing.
You gotta
be
get excited.
True in my intentions.
Yep, and that's rough. That's rough to do because if you're selling makeup, man, as a dude, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Because it'd be hard for me.
Like, that's why I chose this gig, is because this is something that you have the skill, and so you choose who you work for. You get to seek out who you want to apply to, and these are people who own, more than likely, online businesses, because that is where the economy is at right now. That's where the boom is happening. And so the concept is go to that and use that to, you know, concrete yourself into the employer that you want to work for, because you have the skill they're looking for. You go to them and say, hey, I'm the guy who closes the deals that you're making. Please hire me with the hopes of increasing your sales by, say, 20 to 40%. with
While
with
keeping
a
status
promissory
quo.
note of 40% more profit,
Yeah.
you'd be dumb to say no.
Yep.
But I haven't done it because I'm a lazy piece of.
Well, it happens. It's hard to get motivated in a time like this. Believe me.
Yeah, it is, dude. Look, the world is going to shit.
I just did 2 years of being a drunk, and I just got out 3 months ago, and my brain's finally at a point where I can start standing up again. You know, let alone make, conscious decisions. So.
Well, congratulations, man.
Yeah.
It's a nice 3 months. More power to you.
Yeah, it was rough, but and I had to detox, and so I felt like fucking killing myself a couple of times, but I knew. I did know though. I was like, it'll pass, like this is temporary.
Yeah, man. When you're at a low, you should push to start the cycle, the wheel, over again, because there is a lag feature built into the wheel of time in that your effort will not start seeing results until about 1 to 2 weeks later. So the concept is start when you're low. Start when you're low. That's when you start, okay? This is a production that you're not going to stop, okay? So when you start, it's not going to stop, right? Okay, so once this thing starts, it's not going to stop. Now, what your objective is... Well, I don't know, but you have inertia, but then you also have the opposite of inertia, which is what?
Oh, push. It's called...
I'm going to give this one to you. Momentum.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Once you build up momentum, it doesn't matter, dude. You can always walk away from momentum. You can always drop it and become a couch potato again, right?
Right.
You're always going to have that option.
That's
but
easy.
Here's the kicker. Once you drop your momentum, it's just like one of those rods that they hand from runner to runner in a long race, right? So when you drop that baton, you walked away from your momentum, right? But you can choose to go back to it. You can choose to pick it up again.
Right.
And the thing is that when you keep dropping it, you're starting all over, because you have to relearn all the things that you had learned in the first place to get to where you were when you dropped the baton, right?
Yeah, okay.
So now stop dropping the baton. That's the lesson. So keep it. When you push at a low point, you're going to see the lag effect after about 2 weeks, and at the end of those 2 weeks, you're going to start seeing some returns. You're going to come out of the slump of the circle, right? You're at the bottom and you're pushing to get out of it, right? And so as you push, you start to see the lag effect come in. You're starting to see benefits. You're starting to see all this stuff. And as it comes rolling into you, what would you do? Once you start seeing the benefits of what you do and things become
I'd be
easy,
doubling down, dude. That's just what I do. I would be doubling down.
then you've already learned the lesson behind this.
I mean, I'd pay myself first so that I feel like...
Hey man, you've read that book too, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's such a great book.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I pay myself.
That was
so
when
I feel like
I told myself I am not a slave.
Yeah, for real, man. Don't be a slave to the fucking... Yeah. It
doesn't matter what it is. Don't be a slave.
Yeah, you're paying for food. You're paying this guy to do that. You're paying that guy to do that. You're paying this guy. At the end, you got to pay yourself too, man.
Oh man, whoever just left, that message was for them, I think. But I really liked that concept that you will never enslave a free person.
Yeah, man. That's awesome. I think Restring just came in. Is that? Hold on, I'm trying to... Oh, I gotta push this button. And then bring up this. Yeah, we got Restring. Ladies and gentlemen. Restring. With, who's that guy with the axe? I know about Blue, the bull.
Who, Scully?
No, Scully left, I think. He went to sleep, but... Restring came in.
Yeah, Rest. What's up?
Paging Rest. All paging Rest. Yeah, Scully went AFK.
Ouch, dude. Ouch.
he's just probably tired. I know that he doesn't like talking about religion and stuff for very long. I'm very much like into talking about anything. I'm just like,
Okay,
give me knowledge.
please
knowledge.
don't repeat this, and don't think I'm gossiping, but I
What?
do want my opinion to be known throughout the community
Mm-hmm.
that Scully is a great character in that he's a reliable warrior. However, he is very immature. He's either A, immature, or he's B, a full-on rebel and should be slapped.
Aw.
Because he's a coarse individual. He's very base.
Aw. I like him.
These are not things that I would say in front of him, so maybe they are gossip and maybe I should shut my mouth.
Oh.
But I wanted to get a feel for how other people take him, because I think he's just very immature.
I
Even
like
for
him because
being
he's
60 years old.
He's from the same, what would you call that? Like the same type of upbringing. No, he's like country like me. I've just had a lot of California lately and a lot of enlightenment. So that's why I'm like, I stand firm on my non-linear.
I don't think he's ever actually sought self-betterment. Now, keep in mind, this is with the knowledge that I have of the guy. I know that he's diabetic. I know that he works from his house. He does Firewatch of some sort, and he was at one point in time married.
I know him as my gaming buddy. That's about it.
Right.
But I like that he's
when people open up
Montana,
to you and
Colorado.
they just start telling you about themselves.
But I'm very social. I'm super social. Like I want to know about other people and how they grew up and how did they fix this problem? Was it similar to me? What's your religion? What's your stance on politics? All the shit you're not supposed to talk about. Like when you're at work and they say, don't tell each other how much you get paid. I'm like, why not? That just means that we won't get fucking used by our boss. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to pay one person $50 an hour, then he's going to pay everybody else $6 an hour. That's not fair. And then we're talking about unionizing, and then they're like, you're fired. Like, that's some bullshit. Like, why not talk about how much everybody makes? Aren't you proud about how much you make? Now, I mean, it's supposed to be private and solemn, but all that does is give the boss power. I mean, I wouldn't go as far as talk about how much I make in front of my co-workers, but I don't think it's fair.
That's what I would agree with that, to the point of the boss should turn a blind eye when people talk about their finances openly. However, I'm also of the mind that if I were the boss and one of my employees started to act a fool because he found out that Joe Schmo, who's been there for 15 years and actually put in the elbow grease, has actually made a living wage.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
If Joe Schmo is going to start acting a fool because his superior is superior to him, then by all means, I'm going to fire that guy, because he's not mature enough to say, you have achieved something that I would like to achieve. Please teach me, or at least guide me, show me what way to go. Point me in the right direction and push the go button.
Yeah.
Because that's what I believe a man should do.
I just think
rise to the challenge.
I just think we're equal and do your best, man.
I could dig it, man. I could dig it.
Always do the job that you want. You know what I mean? Don't do the job that you're told to do. Do that and more, but don't outshine the master, and don't suck up, because you're a real man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that's a big one too. So I take
people hate suck ups.
The Power book too.
Oh yeah, I've read Power.
Man, you've read all sorts of books.
Oh yeah, self and betterment is my thing.
What books would you recommend?
Michio Kaku is a fucking. Usually he talks about quantum physics, but in the middle of his rants, he talks about self betterment. And I really like that guy, Michio Kaku. The other guy, which is similar, but now he's kind of scamming because he's older and he doesn't know what to do. He's just reaching for he's reaching, you know. Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Yeah, I think you're right. He does seem to be reaching.
Because you can't get real estate like he used to, where you build real estate off of a credit card.
Before we dive into this, I want to defend my reasoning behind why I say I think he's reaching.
Oh, go for it.
When I read that book, I felt like I learned the lessons behind it. It was not so much a lesson of real estate, because that has changed. The economy has changed. Things have changed. We cannot do what has already been done. We can, however, rhyme with what has been done. And so the concept is that he's reaching for more publicity on a thing he's already created because it did well.
Yeah.
But I don't think he should be, because I believe that when he wrote the book, it outlined all of the topics that needed to be outlined. I don't think he can expand upon it. I think he's just elaborating more of the same jargon.
Yeah, correct. I think so. Yep.
He's not a dumb guy, not by a long shot, but I do believe that he should relax on that book, let it be its own thing, and quit trying to update it, and just teach people how it is, dude.
Yep. And then, what was another one? There's this guy named what was his name?
Wait. Can I keep going on my thing? Okay, so
yeah.
I have just come across another one of those internet things, and the concept is it's a two-step process. One step is you generate your clients on demand. Have you heard of this? Do you know what program I'm talking about?
Is it AdSense?
No.
Okay.
Actually, it might be AdSense, actually.
Because that's like when you make digital ads for people that own. You go around and you knock on. Well, you knock on doors. You don't knock on doors, but you basically do marketing for locals, like internet. You generate like. You have like a blueprint for your ads, but then you just add the names of the businesses and you keep generating those. But you get a residual income off of it. But on that sense, that market is like super saturated, if it's the one I think of.
Saturated? What do you mean?
A lot of people joined it. So it's like when $1 is worth $1 when there's one person owning it. But when 100 people own $1, it's worth 1 penny.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's not the route I want to go. Okay.
That's when you're doing like internet ads and stuff like that, or Facebook ads for companies. Problem with those is that just everybody and their mom, and so people, yes, when it first came out, people are like, "Oh shit, this is innovative. I'm gonna make money." And people that saw it from Facebook because it was cool, they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna join that shit." You know, but now it's like when you see a stop sign, do you really look at the stop sign nowadays, or do you just know it's there? You know what I mean?
Well, what do you say to this? The rebuttal that the guy gave to the skeptics was this: this is a $1 trillion industry. There are thousands of businesses being generated every year. And about 80 to 90% of them are going to fail within the first 3 to 5 years in their business. He had said that it doesn't matter how many businesses are generated each year, because most of them will fail because they don't have a business plan and they don't have mentors.
Yeah, having a mentor is a huge thing. That's something I did when I was very young. And I was blessed in that sense because my mom hung out with, well-to-do people, and I would go around and be like, just like that guy that's like, "I love your car. What did you do to get it?" I used to do that as a kid. Like, I love your outfit. I love your shoes. I love like your earring. What do you do for a living? How did you do that? And back then it was usually mounts and mounts of school debt, and then after 10 years of hard work, then you got to see some profits. But nowadays, Yeah, we're on this like exponential climb, and inflation is getting rising faster. So right now, yeah, digitally, um, that's probably the fastest way is digital. Like if you could form some business around like marketing on Zoom or putting businesses together, like say like if like for me, what I did is I race cars, right? So because I couldn't afford my tires, on Saturdays, I race on Wednesdays. On Saturdays, I go to the track and I say, hey, you know, I saw that you just wrecked your car. I have a friend here who will hook up with your mechanic, and he's going to wrap your car with your vendors' names and your sponsors. When he does that, he puts my name on the bottom as like that looks like I'm their sponsor. So I've got like 10 cars out there that say my name on it. You know what I mean? And then I'm also getting paid residually, but also my name's going out. And then people are telling other people by word of mouth. And so that's how I form my own downline without buying into a brand. I create my own brand through word of mouth because it's sort of like making fishers of men. Lead by example. You know what I mean? Like don't tell people who you are and how good you are and how you're gonna. They think that is a scam. We don't got time for that shit. That you're saying the same thing anybody else does. Everybody says I have that fucking secret that nobody else has. Trust me. I don't have time to fucking tell you. I can't trust you. I'm gonna say keep walking. You know, like I don't have the time. I'm going to a meeting. All right, bro. I'll go to the next guy. Knock knock. Oh yeah, I don't have time. I'm gonna meet. But if people see you that you're doing stuff that you know you're self motivated. And then you have a side hustle that you're trying to grow. That's that positivity that people, you're helping them help you. And in turn, they're going to stimulate you and tell other people because it's cheaper than the competition and it's more convenient. So that's the only thing I focus on is convenience and keeping status quo, like keeping at least a couple dollars cheaper than the other guy. Not substantially, but, you know. Honest to God, though.
Just enough to be like, hey, save some pennies.
Yeah, you're going to save a couple pennies. Plus, you know I'm a good guy. I'm in the same industry you are. Like you seem marketing motivated. Like, there's a ton of fucking marketers out there that are like, yeah, man, I got the guys. I can do the one thing that you can't because we have the guys that do this. And he's like, well, you know, well, let me see your accolades. Let me see, you know, the one, let me have your, you know, who, you know, what businesses have you done? Well, you know, you know, it's like, yeah, see, you don't, you know? So it's like, it's better to grow from something that you're good at, you know, out of something. Like if you're a plant and then you grow into a weed leaf, when people walk by you when you're a plant, they're like, that's going to grow into a weed. And then they don't care until after you pick it and smoke it. You know what I mean? You dry it and you smoke it. So why don't... It's better to have... When there's... Okay, let me put it this way. When there's a gold rush, are you going to go hunt gold or are you going to make shovels? You know what I mean? Are you going to sell shovels?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know? Or are you going to go hunt gold with everybody else? So if you do that digitally, you're going to be a millionaire, man. You'll be like... you know, $10,000, you know, $5,000, you know, bullshit. And then it's like $10,000. Okay, yeah, maybe I can get a license now and, you know, I'll get a $2 million insurance policy and hire 2 people to do the shit I used to do. And then I'll have them manage it while I'm working full time. And then after a couple of years, you're doing $20,000. You know, you pay all that to your management on your company, keeping it going, whatever it is. And then on your 5th year, you start getting profits, and then you quit your job and go full time onto your new business. You know what I mean? No matter what it is, that's the best thing to do. But right now, it's all about the internet. It's all about if you could figure something out and learn the meta. Facebook Meta is the new thing. I don't know anything about Meta, but people are becoming millionaires left and right, producing shit for Meta that isn't even out yet. And
what is Meta?
It's Facebook's new thing. It's an all-in-one Internet 3.0. It's VR savvy. You can it's basically our universe on the internet now. It's I don't know. That's the thing, is it's so new, and I'm afraid it's going to pass me by because I'm too old, but that is the new gold rush. So if everybody's going to do and make things for Meta, then what is it? What's the tool that's going to allow them to create for Meta? Right? So if you...
A game engine, dude.
Yeah, so if you...
A game engine in the Meta.
So if you had a game engine, or did like what do you call that, like where people like donate to your cause to create a business, you know what I mean, in order to create crowdfunding. If you did a crowdfunding for a game engine that has stuff like, say, we don't censor, we do this, it's it's sort of like a DuckDuckGo instead of Google. You know what I mean? DuckDuckGo is like, I don't know if you ever heard of it, but like they don't track you or anything without a and the thing is that they are actually owned by Google, okay? But the smart thing is that they're under the disguise that they don't track you, which is the same thing as Cognito, but the parent company is Google, okay? So you know that they track you if you're subpoenaed. You know what I mean? They just don't keep your metadata. That's all it is. But the metadata goes through your IMEI or your IP address to your provider anyway. You know what I mean? So it's not the company. It's not, so they don't have to say that. You know what I mean? But they created the tool that everybody was looking for because Google was fucking up. All right? But they're still owned by Google. You know, so in that way they're a sellout. But I'm just saying, Meta's the hugest thing. If I could go back, and I wasn't super busy right now, and I didn't have real estate stuff to do and businesses to run, I would look at what is important right now. And the new thing that's not even out yet, that's going to be the hugest new Google thing, is Facebook Meta. And if you make the tools that can help the people, work on Meta better, you'd be a millionaire. And maybe your strength is marketing, or maybe your strength is putting people together that have the same ideas. You know what I mean? Maybe you market the fact that this person's trying to create this, but they don't have an influencer to put that online. So you're going to find that influencer and connect the two, but you're going to take a commission off of connecting them. And you can do that digitally through an app or something. Like, that's just thinking out of the box. Like, if I thought for like hours on end, I'm sure I could come up with something that's $1 million idea that's legal, but that's the gold rush right now, is Meta. And if you can build a tool that helps the people, don't build the shit for Meta, build the tool that helps the people, that, you know what I mean? That's business. That's entrepreneurship right there. And you'll pay like $60,000-$70,000 just to learn that, and they'll take like 6 years to tell you that.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
Yeah, it's exactly the same shit, man. It's just, I went to entrepreneur school. My mom was an entrepreneur, but it took one guy that was a counselor to tell me, dude, you're going about this all wrong. Like, you're going with the gold rush. People are doing pyramid scams. They're telling you all this shit. You're going to get rich, and you join that. You pay $2,000. You end up on the bottom. You quit, right? You're stuck with all this inventory. You go to the next guy. Oh, they got the next cool thing. They got this and that. They're done. They quit the company. The CEO went off as a millionaire. He's floating on a dock. The CFO just went to jail for fraud, and you're screwed. There's no insurance on an MLM. You just have a bunch of inventory, right? So one thing my mom did and taught me when I was young is that when the MLMs, they used to call pyramid schemes back in the day when there wasn't internet to look it up. So you could just like take over and steamroll somebody until they would just do it because they like you. They love your personality. They don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, I really like you, man. I can't say, well, you can't say no to me, man. I'm your best friend. You know what I'm saying? Just hustle. All right, man, I'll try it out. All right, I got you. I'm not going to try and get you all the way in because, you're pulling away. So all I got to do is get you to tiptoe in. And I got this free little, first time's free. Here you go. You know what I mean? You're not stuck, man. Just here you go. You can pull out if you want. Okay, I didn't like it. I want to pull out. Oh, but dude, like, you got to pay for that. Okay, the first one was free, but I just gave you 3 of them. So you owe me for 2. Now Now, if you don't want to pay for those, all you got to do is bring me 3 people, okay? All right, bring me 3 people, and I'll let you off the hook for that. I'll pay for those 2 that I gave you extra. Okay, here's 3 people, man. Oh yeah, man. Well, if you want to sit in, I'll tell you how it works. Everybody's excited. I'm like, we're all pumped up. Let's do this, man. As 4 of us as a team, we got this. We can run this shit. All right, well, your first contributor is now going to sign up with you. It's not about the 3 new people. They're the first guy now. The first guy is going to sign up with you because he just saw how easy it was for you to pull 3 people. And then he realizes, oh, he pulled me. Yeah, I pulled you. So now you got 2 people working the same job, and then you get 3, then you get 4, it's residual, and it starts compounding. That's how a pyramid scheme works. But the thing is they have to keep on ordering and ordering and ordering, thinking that they're getting paid every time. They're getting paid $600, but they're paying me $500 every week because they got to get the inventory to sell to make the $600. You know what I mean? That's the pyramid schemes of the old days. To me, that's selling weed on the street. Yeah, man. That's weed, man. That's nickel and diming, man. You know what I mean? Until it compounds into ounces.
If I'm going to make $1 million, I want to make it on my own. I don't want to pay someone nickel and dime for everything. Now, I'll pay for a coach. I'll pay for a coach.
Yeah.
Because I believe in the intangible value behind getting someone who's already achieved what you're trying to achieve to then guide you through the process of doing the same thing in your own life.
Yeah. Yes. That's well said.
Thank you.
Yes.
I've read quite a few books.
Yes. Hell yeah, man. But yeah, I think you got it, man. If you and meta's not the only thing. Like I wouldn't do digital currency right now because
well, no, I'm specifically targeting like working hand in hand with the self-betterment group.
Right.
Like the coaching group and selling packages for those coaches.
What is this? Yes, I'll remember later, but there is this coaching group that you don't have to do cold calling. They'll give you references.
Yeah, warm leads.
Mm-hmm. And then you just have to talk to them, and all you got to do is listen because that's all they want anyway. They want to talk. And then once you say you understand, they'll come back for another session, and then they got to pay. You know what I mean? But I forget.
Oh, I have not heard of this.
I forget what it's called. It's new psychology because, nobody wants to pay for a psychologist because that's a want, not a need. But if you create it as a need, you know what I mean? It's like, you need this. You need this in your life because it's bettering you. You know what I mean? It's not bettering you just emotionally, but this is financial, man. This is ingrained into your financial future. Do you want to be financially free? Fuck yeah, you do. All right? Well, trust me, man. I got you. So if you just come back next time, we're going to talk about that position. I'm not going to tell you right now, but I am going to tell you that my friend over here, if you go talk to them, they're going to have a package for you. And, that package is going to tell you a bunch of stuff. It's going to come with one PDF. And, I won't charge you this time. Just share it with other people. You know what I mean? And it's like you're so infatuated with what is it? What is it? Of course I'm going to come back. That's, what is it? It's nothing. It's just a PDF that says, be the change you want to see.
Probably go somewhere.
Be the change you want to see. Love life, live large. Stuff like that. Motivational speaking. Yeah, the dog farted. But anyway, man, I'm not all about scamming, but business is it's all about hooking. You gotta hook them in, but you gotta have something quality to give them, or they're gonna fall away. But if you don't have that, then all you gotta do is do the making the tool for the gold diggers, because they're already all you can follow the trend, and if you just make the the tool that they're going to use.
The one app in the metaverse that would allow people to come in and do what they do normally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I think I get it anyways.
Yeah,
and it makes sense.
It's like, and you can do anything with that idea. You know what I mean? Anything. If you see a trend, then you make the tool for it, and then you just live your life like that. Yeah, and people flourish to people that are positive. If you're negative and they're just going to be like, this guy ain't real, he's a scam, you know. But if you're positive and you're always working for them, and you know, if you're legit about it, then that's real. And if you believe in yourself, then you're believing in your product, and you are selling yourself as a marketer. You know what I mean?
So you're sold, right?
Yeah, I'm sold. I'm telling you that you're
So
good at marketing.
So if I asked you to open your billfold and sign, read your credit card number to me, you'd do it?
Nope. I'm
No?
no, you haven't got me that close. But
I haven't stimulated your emotions.
But you know what? I have my cards backed up digitally, so my wife and I have opposite ends. So we talk to each other about what we spend, and then we decide together if we release how much money each card digitally can be purchased that day. So that's a huge thing I do with my wife. You know, you can't just use the card. I have to like speak together.
Right.
And
Budget
then we
it,
dial
make sure
it up.
it fits in with your finances and whatnot.
Yep.
Okay, that's smart.
Something that's huge right now too is debt accumulation.
Wait, oh man. Something else that just jumps to mind.
Yeah, go.
So if I was a marketer and you were my prospect,
right,
and I decided to play on your wife, your wife card, right?
Yes.
So the thing is, hey, you know what? I'm not here to pressure you. I'm not here to, back you into a corner that you can't escape from. I want you to make the decision that is best for you to achieve the goals that you're trying to achieve and have the life that you want to have. So to help you do that, I still have an offer, but I am not going to bring it to you today. I'm going to call you back another day. How's about maybe Tuesday? About the same time? Is that cool? Or would you accept a call from me on Tuesday at 3 p.m.?
Yeah, that's perfect. But
cool.
Yeah. The thing is like, you don't know how I feel about it.
It's equity, man. You build it up and you cash it in later.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I got you on that aspect.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, on whether or not you would purchase this product, right? How do you feel right now? Are you like an 8 and a 9, or would you jump on this if you had no budget?
Well, I don't feel close to you yet because we haven't related on a personal level about my wife. Like, we don't know how I feel about my wife, so you can't relate. Like, oh man, my wife's the same way. You know?
That's right.
Oh, now we're friends, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, fuck yeah. You believe the same thing I believe. I got you. I trust you. What, it doesn't matter what product you're selling.
Sitting here talking about like politics and stuff that is not necessarily personal.
Right. So you got to get in there.
I can dig it, man. I can dig it. Thank you for giving me some pure mentorship. This is important to me.
Yeah, man. I feel like you could do that type of shit, man. The Velvet Hammer.
Hearing it from you, knowing that you've actually achieved this, that gives me some inspiration. I think I got this. I just gotta set up an actual projection date for having people call me.
Yep. Need a game plan. Need a business plan. You need a just believe in yourself, man, and don't stop. You know, that's really what it is. And I mean, if you said you were in the military, or even like, I mean, you shared with me you were in jail or something.
Yeah, both of those things actually.
I mean, you made it through. You know what I mean? So something motivated you. So find that energy, and put that in toward, whatever you made it through, whatever motivated you to make through that worked for you in your life. So use that same energy to do it in business. It's the same fucking thing. And it's not going to happen overnight, but it, like you were saying earlier, 1 + 1 is 2, but then there's something called synergy. Well, I mean, you're talking about compounding, but like I'm talking about synergy. Okay, so let me ask you this. If you have 2 bowls, right? One bowl, both bowls are like, this is an old concept, but you have a cow. Okay, you have 2 cows, and you got to carry something on the cow, like 1,000 pounds on the cow, right? All right, so each cow can carry 1,000 pounds each. Now, if you put the 2 cows together, and you had the reins, right, on a cart, how many pounds do you think those two cows could pull together?
Like 4,500.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just an estimate, but yeah, you got the premise. Like more than double, and that's called synergy.
Because teamwork.
Yeah, and so that's basically what you do is once you get your SFO, somebody that believes in you, you bounce that shit back and forth at each other, and you just
FSO.
Yeah, your chief officer.
Well, yeah, but what is
financial
FS?
financial officer?
Financial.
Yeah.
Financial security officer?
SFO. Your security.
Oh,
financial.
CFO.
CFO.
Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Yeah, I got out of.
Yeah, I had to
my
think
head.
about that one. I'm like,
I was like,
I've never
whoa.
heard of that one before.
Have you seen my hands, bro? No. Sorry.
Wait, you had hands, man?
Oh, I wasn't born with hands. No, I'm just kidding. That's bad to say. No, dude, I get it, man. You're coming from a spot that I think I can relate about when I had nothing, and I just kept telling myself. I mean, I'm not saying you were that, but it's like.
No, but I mean, call the kettle black.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much there,
I'm just like
I've been given, you could call it a settlement that basically pays my bills for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
But I want more than just paying the bills, I want a pool. I want luxuries. I want vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And most of all, I want my wife to stop working.
Yeah. Me too, man. It's yeah, I want to be that guy.
All you got to do is amass like 2 or 3. No, excuse me.
Yeah,
amass yourself 10 million and call it quits.
Well, you can live off of $1 million. You can live off in California just the interest alone, around 70,000 a year. You would earn about 70,000 in interest a year, for 6 years until it got down to about 5. Like say 50,000, then it got down to 40 over a course of 6 years. Just by taking off 2% of that $1 million, which would make the interest go lower. But you only need $1 million, and you can live an okay life in a different state. Like in California, that'll last you 6 months. $50,000 will last me, 4 months? It's not good. we as a family have to make at least, what is it, 700K, something like that, 750K, just to get both properties and the condo that we live in and this other thing she's purchasing right now, just to survive. So if we make almost $1 million, then we can buy another car. You know what I mean? If we make another 300,000, we could live off the interest of 300,000 for at least 3-4 months, which means that would be total profit. We can invest that into something, which is that 33 1/3% type of thing. If you ever heard about that, that's financial 101. There's a rule called, I would look that up. It involves 100%, 33.3. Which is all the billionaires, that's what they use. And then the number is 80-20 rule. You use the 80-20 rule on a 33% on ownership and equity. On any type of business or anything that you're selling or anything that you own, any type of stuff that's coming back to you, you calculate it that way.
80-20, like I own 80% of it, or what?
Like say 20, like this is bad numbers because I think it's more like nowadays it's like 10% of the world owns 80% of the money.
Oh, okay, the 80-20, gotcha.
Yeah, so
what is the 33.3? What is that?
All right, so if you own 33.3% of any company, then you're now 1/3, okay, of the total ownership, okay? So then after that, what you want to do is you're kind of like the face, right? You want to be the guy that's motivated. The other two, they're just in it, they're in it, and you just let them be. They're wearing out. Then you find the one. They're basically kind of fighting with everybody, and then you find the one. Then you make friends with the one that's kind of helping you, right? Which is natural. You buy out the other one with your friend. You now own 66%. Okay? So your friend, you own 2 parts of 3. Okay? Because your friend that's not doing so, you're the motivated one. Your friend's with you, right? He's not going to buy it though, because he's busy with his family. So you own now 66. You own the company now, but you only have to do 2 parts of the 3 parts. He's going to sell you his for hella cheap because, you know, he can't compete with you now. So therefore you take the whole thing, and that's the 80-20 rule. So you basically just go from 33 and then you go, I don't know how to explain it. Like you leave him with like 20%. So he's still part of the roll, but you own 80%. Then you can bundle it, and like he basically gives you almost 80% of his profits so that you can purchase the third party's, the first 1/3. That's some of that micro expressionism, like knowing your business partners. It's kind of difficult to understand. And it's not manipulation. It happens naturally with every business. But you got to be the one that's the motivated one, because they're going to fight. One of them's not going to be motivated. You purchase his shit for a fair price, but with your friend's help, right? But then after that, he can't beat you. So therefore, he's going to want to like sell his shit for cheap. So you get equity in that, all right, instead of ownership. So he still has 20% ownership, but you now have equity. You now have like, what's that other thing called? The residual shit.
Residual
what's that? Never mind. It's called, I believe it's equity.
Cash flow.
It's, basically like you get a commission off of his ownership now that he only owns, but it's very hard to explain.
Just commissions in general?
Yeah, basically anytime that he earns money, you're now earning money because he can't afford to... Royalties, thank you. Yeah, so the first person you buy outright.
You had to describe it just right.
Second person you buy from royalties. He owns 20%, but then the other 13% basically is going toward royalties. So you're earning that 10%. Boom, 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 boom. And he can never get out from under you. He always owes you, and he'll do that things that, you know, not necessarily, you know, things that need to be done sometimes. He's the one that you'll call on, you know. Because he can't...
Go-to.
Yeah, he can't stop helping you because he's got a family to, you know, it's his job, it's his career. But he put himself in a situation through negativity that now he's under, like you, it's so hard not to be in a nefarious way. Like I could say it all in a nefarious way, but it's a natural thing that happens in business. You just watch for the...
Yeah, it's hierarchies of excellence is what it is.
Yeah, man. Just be the one that's positive and motivated, and you can purchase the first guy. Then you get the royalties off the second guy, and then he's in debt for you forever. And then you basically bundle and sell it, you know, the whole company. Or just put it on the market, like open it up to the market, and then have the shareholders purchase it off of you. And then you only take like, you know... a total of like say 8 to 10% profit per year of the total income, and then you're living as like a multi-millionaire rather than 100,000 a year because it went to market, you know. Because people will do that. Like if you made like say Yahoo, right, but you called it like, you know, poo poo, and you know what I mean, but it looked like Yahoo. They don't want you out there. They're going to buy you. You know what I mean? They're going to buy you out. First, they're going to bring their lawyers. They're going to be like, no, you're this and that. You're this and that. And no, I'm not, bro. Prove it. Oh, we can't prove it, but you're this and that. Okay, well, why don't you just buy it, man? Okay, we're going to buy it. How's $2 million? Sure. It took me $20,000 to build. I'll take $2 million. All right. You know what I mean? Then you take that $2 million and you build something exactly the same as you just did under another name. They're like, fuck you. You're like, yeah, we've been here before, bro. It's a free market, all right? Free market. Okay, well, we'll buy this one for $5 million, and you cannot do this again. Okay, I'll sign that. So then you just go on, you take the $7 million and you invest it in something. You never have to work again. And like, I mean, I've heard of this working. I've never done it. I just did real estate. I bought something small and then got bigger and bigger and bigger, you know.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, but that took 15 years as a retail manager, working for TJX for 15 years as a manager. And we ate ramen for 11 years? Yeah, 11 years. I ate ramen and all this bullshit, getting fat, almost having a heart attack. And then it was 2018, we bought a McMansion, and it wasn't good. It wasn't right for us. So we lived in it for a year. Then we rented it out as a duplex. All we did was put a wall up in the middle, rented it out as a duplex, and that was the beginning. And from there, I was like, dude, we can do this. And then I bought another one. We lived in there for like another year in Arizona. It was a lot cheaper. And we fucking rent that out now too. So we have 2 properties we rent out. And now I'm back in Mill Valley in Muir Woods, where they shot Star Wars, Endor Forest. And we're purchasing properties here now in the millions of dollars. And then right now we're actually living in a condo for a year. And then we're going to rent that out in a $1 million spot. You know what I mean? So
that's impressive.
Yeah. And then right now I'm still doing full-time work as a landlord, because I'm getting my my B&I license through real estate, but they're paying me to get my license just for being doing a 300 unit property under tax credit and HUD, as a state and federal compliance agent for a property here in Mill Valley. So it's a long journey. It took me 15 years, and I hated retail, dude. I hated eating ramen. You know what I mean? I saw people eating cheeseburgers and steaks and shit and talking like, oh, I just went to this restaurant and this. I'm like, yeah, dude, we're both managers. I could do that too, but guess what? You're still a fucking manager, and I'm a fucking real estate god. You know what I mean? So I'm laughing now. I mean, I'm still eating ramen. I'm true to my roots. I still eat ramen every once in a while, but I don't have to. You know what I mean? So my girl got lucky. I mean, I won't say I did it all myself. My girl got really lucky. She was in retail.
I did not get lucky.
Well, you worked hard. Let's say that. We were both in retail.
I worked hard for that shit.
She went to a bank, worked as a teller, then she got to be a banker. You were a assistant banker, yeah?
Yes.
And then you became a banker. Then they got her into management, and then she studied the law part of it.
Don't get me wrong.
Then they got her into wealth management. Then after wealth management, bank manager / wealth management for other banks. Then there's this thing called, what's that thing where all the banks, they like secretly talk to each other?
Yeah.
She's part of like that group, which is like the different, like on the round table of banks. When they talk about federal shit. And so she was doing that, and now she's just some like, I don't really know. It's out of my league now. I don't know what she does. But she's all the way up there, at the very top. And it's been what, 11 years?
What?
You've only been working in banking or finance for like 11 years?
Yes.
Yeah, like 11 years. She went to the top. Same with me. Well, it took me like 15 years, but
Yeah, I've been working for quite a decade.
but I mean, I'm not saying she got lucky. I'm just saying she found her niche at the beginning and just like grinded that shit like a fucking just grinded until they just kept giving her better roles, and she never said no. She just kept going up and up and up. That's really hard to do.
I'm starting to think that the reason why people are not open to, and I know I'm changing the topic completely
Yeah, that's
here,
cool.
but I think the reason why people don't want to discuss with you is because the more I'm listening to you and the more I'm hearing come from you, the more I realize like you've read a lot of the books that I've read. You are actually very intelligent.
Oh, thank you.
Achieved quite a few of the things that other people dream about.
Well, I'm just a
Some
dumbass
people
bug.
do, but whatever. I mean, you're a guy who chased your dreams and stuck to the grindstone, basically.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what we did do, and we've wanted to switch relationships.
To finish the thought.
Yeah.
The reason people avoid talking to you about certain subjects is because they themselves have not read those books, have not invested in themselves, be it by knowledge or by finances. And so they themselves, on a subconscious level, may avoid talking to you about things because they instinctively know that you have already trumped them in the lessons of life.
Yeah, shame is a terrible drug. You got to get over it.
That's a hard one, man. I mean, you gotta find out why you're ashamed in the first place.
And that's the key. Where's your Batman? You know what I mean?
Where's my Batman?
Where's your Batman? I don't know. I just made that up. But
I was ashamed because my dad never stuck up for me.
I know that one.
Yeah, dude. He watched as I got ridiculed in school. The teacher screamed in my face that I was fucking stupid, and those were verbatim her words, not mine. I got sexually harassed because I wrote some sexually explicit letters to a girl who had professed to me to be a very sexually active person who had had sex with people in college and high school. I've come to find out she was a virgin. She wasn't ready for the sneaky letter that I gave her. So I gave her some literotica, dude. I mean, like 3 pages, full pages, not little scraps, notes passing in class. I gave her a novel, dude. It scared her so much to the core of her existence, knowing that she was a virgin and she couldn't hold up to the lie that she put forward.
Yes. Yeah.
She gave it to the teacher who yelled in my face that I was fucking stupid, and she took it to the female principal, and then
double tapped.
Yeah, and then they called me in and they coup d'etat'd me.
Oh yeah.
With reading the letters over the phone to my parents.
No.
Yeah.
What the?
Luckily, my dad didn't pick up the phone, but to my horror, even to this very day, they forced me to read a sex letter that I wrote for a girl that I actually intended on sticking my dick into.
Right.
Over the phone to my mother.
Yeah.
So everything that I had wrote emotionally. Now check this out. I had heard recently, within the last year, that if you really want to punish someone, if you really want to hurt someone, wait until they do something good, or wait until they show their true strength, and then punish them for it.
Like Beethoven. Damn. Jesus, man, that's rough, dude. I know what you mean. I'm kind of the black sheep of my family, and I did.
That's why I'm so advocate. That's why I advocate Jesus so much, is because until I turned to Him, my life was headed down a track for what happens if you miss all your life lessons late in life.
Yeah, I know that one. I've been
No, it's despair.
Despair, yeah. That's like that shame I was talking
lifespan psychology.
about.
Have you done any lifespan psychology?
Yeah, I saw a counselor for a couple of years. I did sociology and psychology with him. That was the way we related.
Do you know the whole concept behind lifespan psychology?
Refresh me, because I'll get it wrong.
Okay, you are born into the world a naked little baby, right? And as you grow, you go through life stages, right? And so as you go through these life stages, you are forced to learn life lessons, because that is part of being human. You're going to be given lessons, and you're going to repeat the lessons until you learn them. The lessons will never stop coming. Those are core rules to the existence of being human. So the concept is that you will hit or miss some of these targets, and most of us fail at the first 8 years of our lives because our parents do us shitty. They don't stick up for us, or they do even worse and they put us down, that type of thing.
Yep, they're doing what their
So-
parents did to you.
Exactly, dude.
You gotta break the trend.
It's learned behavior. You gotta break cycles. You gotta
Mhm.
witness it for what it is and choose to be better than they were before you.
Yep. I had an easy out because I was adopted, so I didn't ever believe in that shit. But then that
I
got
do,
me
but
into
I
the
believe
black
on
sheep
it on
thing.
like a genetic level.
Mm,
Like, you carry the genetics of your parents.
Yep.
So in some way, their vibrations and choices through life are yours to bear.
yep. And that's where mine's different, is I didn't have the DNA.
Yeah, so you had the DNA, you just
Yeah.
never knew where it came from.
Yeah, well, mine
And
was
that's okay,
just
man. That's
separate.
okay. That's okay.
Yep.
But the thought is still there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
I was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
What was I going on about?
Despair.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
So one of the first lessons that we learn as humans, or should learn as humans, is trust versus mistrust.
Mhm.
And this is stuff coming straight from the curriculum, okay?
Mhm.
The whole trust is that do you trust your parents to do what's good for you, or do you mistrust them because in their hopes to give you or communicate to you in a loving way, they actually don't know what a loving way is, and so they were mean to you, hoping that you would aim straight and hit the target, but they don't
Mhm.
know, so yeah, it is what it is. So it's a trust versus mistrust, and the connection is we all attached ourselves to whatever it is, X, Y, Z, be it person, place, or thing. The connection can be healthy or it can be unhealthy, and the connection, if it's made healthy, means that uh, all parties involved can show love and receive love on a social level. And so an unhealthy person looks a lot more like a nervous wreck, where they cannot show love because they don't know how, and they cannot receive love because of guilt.
Yes. Yes. I feel you on
Deep
that.
stuff, dude, right?
I feel you on that, though.
Not mine, but I'm not going to credit where it came
I've
from
heard
either,
that
'cause-
before. Yeah. Yeah. That was
No,
when I was really
this
young.
is
They were telling
lifespan
me that.
psychology. If you fast forward all the way past your adolescence, all the way past your this, that, and the other, all the way past your 40s, up into your 60s, and possibly beyond, that is the late stage in the lifespan psychology, because they only go for like 80 years. They don't actually go into like what happens if you're 125. The concept is that at the end of your life lesson is either one of the two things. All of the life lessons in lifespan psychology are binary. There's one of two choices. You either pass or you fail and you suffer consequences. The consequences at the late stages, where you're 60 or older, is past all of your identification, realizing who you are in society, realizing what you're strong at, and being able to produce things with your own hands. All those things, even if you were to miss one or two of those things, chances are very likely that you will actually learn the lesson late in life of integrity. Are you going to stay true to who you had tried to be from the beginning? Do you have integrity to remain that person? Or do you fall into the opposite end, where you do not learn the integrity lesson, but you actually fall into despair? And that's why I use the word despair to represent fate. If your choices go unchecked and your habits continue to rule your life, and you have been headed in a direction that would lead to despair, that is your fate.
Yes. That's exactly what I was saying about the shame, is like despair is the right word. Yeah. You just have to get over it, or else you're just gonna keep doing that circle, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You would lose your mind unless you come to coping with it.
Yep. And with that, you
Your
comes
whole soul.
drugs, comes
You would end up in the middle of the street suffering an
Yep.
identity crisis.
Yep, self-medication,
I've seen it happen, dude. It was an
paranoia,
amazing event.
schizophrenia after that, and then
Hey,
just
I've
straight
got
up.
schizophrenia. I'm okay with it. I get paid
Yep.
for it. Whatever.
Yep, yep, yep. I know all about all of that, and I did about 3 years of counseling, and he did it in a way where I wasn't accepting because they forced me to do it. So we treated it like he was my psychology teacher. He was my sociology teacher. You know what I mean? And so I would go there every day, and he would teach me about psychology, science, and sociology, but then put it in, ways, that he wasn't my counselor or my psychologist. He was my teacher. You know what I mean? And I was a Padawan, and I liked Star Wars, so he would put it in Star Wars terms. That type of shit. So yeah,
That's how you know you're winning as a psychologist.
right. Yeah,
When you
he
can
got
put
me.
the hat, yeah, you wear many hats.
Yeah, he was very cool. There was nothing bad about him. He was very nerdy. He looked like you ever seen Princess Bride?
Yeah, yeah. I've seen it.
Okay, the guy that's like that gave the poison to the guy in the black. The bald headed guy, the little one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he looked like that. Just a tiny
Oh
bit.
really?
Yeah, almost exactly like that, but a tiny bit skinnier.
Huh.
But he was a good guy.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's 10:45 p.m. I think
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna call it quits.
Good talk, though.
Yeah, man. Thank you for the chat, and I will keep an eye open for you. I think I'm actually gonna pick up the charge and run with it because
Yeah,
I would
man.
like to start making money, man.
Honest to God, I think you have that Velvet Hammer kind of marketing spirit, and if you put it to like, if you take other aspects like make a tool instead of like if you make if you sell fuck, what am I trying to say? Sell the shovel to the gold diggers. Yeah, instead of being a gold digger.
I got that paradigm.
Yeah, and if you use what your strengths are, I think you could do it, dude. Like, yeah, you have that, like people would believe in it type of thing.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that.
All right, right on. All right, well, have a good night. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Very soon. Yes, yes, yes.
Right, I'm gonna get drunk.
Go get drunk, man.
For
Drink
sure.
that vodka.
Drinking
Have a great
that
night.
vodka. Yep, you too. Restring. Are you there, Restring?
Yes.
Aha, I knew you were there. You was just waiting.
I had the headset off my ears because I wanted no part of that conversation.
Yeah, man, he needed to be heard, and I knew that he just needed to be heard, and
Yeah.
it's cool. We had a good combo, and
And I was not the one to have it with, so
Right.
I just let y'all have it.
what are you doing?
Mostly I was just working on stuff in my house, putting my windows in, and
Yeah. Let me
building some
come see.
fixtures. Yeah, come on over.
Let me come check it out. Grab my horse.
Still,
grab
I'm
my
still
strong
trying
hand.
to still trying to work on the furniture side of it, getting all of my facilities, I guess we'll call it, in, because I want to be able to make everything in my house too. That way, I'm not going all the way over to the fort every time I need to make something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
And
understand
since it's not like I don't have to level up a furnace to use it, right? To be able to do iron
that.
over copper.
No.
Right. So
No.
there's no drawback to me having one in my own house.
No, I have one. I have two in my house.
Right.
Yeah, one's for copper, one's for iron, one's for. Well, I might have three later on outside. In Arc, I used to do 6 of them because bullet grinding. But here,
I might get to the point where I need to, but
Mhm.
as of right now, I'm just not making enough stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as a solo player, at the end of the night, like when I'm all done talking and all that shit, I just grind out while I'm watching a movie as much as I can. I stick one with copper, one, oh, this place looks nice. One with iron, then I go to sleep and, yeah. And then I wake up and it's all done for me. Yeah, your house was sticking up in the back there. I was like, damn. That's a lot better than the platform I saw last time.
Right? It's taking shape.
All right, I'm at your front door. I don't think anything's gonna kill my.
Nah, you're good. We got
I'll park him
a
here.
pig. We got a pig that's walking around over here, but that's about it.
All right. Oh yeah. Oh, this is cool. Look at your balcony.
Right?
Okay. Oh, all right. Holiday Inn.
Right? Yeah, come on in.
Yeah, this is like oh yeah, the lanterns. I don't have lanterns in my house.
So much space for activities.
Yeah, man. Cool.
I am dealing with a little bit of buyer's remorse, to be fair.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I did go a little too big. Just because I didn't want anything to be cramped,
Mm-hmm.
but now I'm looking at how much open space there is,
Mm-hmm.
going probably never gonna fill this up. I mean, honestly, not for myself.
Oh, that roof is cool.
Took forever. You would
Yeah, I
not
bet.
believe the problems I had getting that roof done.
Oh no, I know. I don't build roofs because they don't work the way you think they would. Like over here, right in this corner, you probably had a problem putting it there, huh? Or one of these corners.
So
It was going the
I did-
opposite way, huh?
The only time that I actually had an issue putting it was when I got all the way to the top. It kept
Oh.
wanting to go straight up at an angle away instead of coming down the
Pointed
other
that
side.
way. Yeah,
Yep.
I know that one.
But what I had to do is I had to build staircases to go up to the roof
Mm-hmm.
on the sidewall here, and then build ceilings to come all the way over to the edge so that I could get on the outside because it was too tall for me to stand flat-footed on the ground and build it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then once I got all that done, I tore all the steps and platforms and shit down on my way back down.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this open concept is cool.
I really do like it. And then the balcony. You know,
Oh, you
come
got an
out here
upstairs.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
And just enjoy this
Yeah.
freaking view, my guy.
Oh, cool. That's actually cool.
Yeah. Come out here, sip your coffee in the morning,
Yep.
overlooking the lake.
What might be good today?
That's right.
All right. Damn.
Yeah. Now I am having an issue like with the section of railing that's right here in this corner. It's this piece that you're on, this piece, and this piece
Mm-hmm.
are all outside of the boundary marker.
Oh.
So the ceiling is gonna stay, but those three rails I'm gonna constantly have to replace.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Damn. So you need a You can't make the flag bigger, huh? So you need an actual boundary marker in here. But you have to be 250 feet away from each boundary marker.
Right. Well, 40 meters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the
out
the
here.
one that's over here at my stable
Mm-hmm.
is actually that's as close as I could get it. So when you look at where that one is at my stable, that's as close as I could possibly place one to this one. And it's right behind my stable building.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah. I like the windows though.
Oh yeah. I mean, with this kind of view, dude, it's got to be open.
Uh-huh.
I almost didn't even put the windows in and just left it window frame because I feel like the windows are kind of blocking some of the natural light and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But just honest opinion, let's go wooden window.
Whoa.
What do you think?
I like the
See how
shutters.
you like the shutters? even though that's way more open and
This
and you
looks
can see
cool.
more.
This is how my windows are.
Yeah.
I prefer it this way. I just haven't seen it this way, so maybe that's why I'm liking this window better than this window, because I'm used to this window.
I do like having the shutters, but there's literally, so this is 8 sections by 11 sections.
Jesus.
So that was
Yeah.
88. What was it? Was it 80? 11, 22, 44, 44. I want to say it was 88 windows on each level.
Damn.
So, could you imagine going around and opening 88 windows every day and then closing them all at night? So they're probably going to stay closed or stay open one. But so that's the other question.
This looks cool like this, though. Just on the bottom layer, at least.
Right.
I'm just used to it, but now when I think about it, yeah.
The other question is, when it comes to rain or weather or anything like that, do the windows actually serve a purpose? Do they?
That I don't know. And it's rained many times, and I haven't seen. I think it still rains in your house anyway.
Well, and that's so. Before I put the windows in, it was definitely raining inside, like up to about right in here. There was definitely rain coming in. I don't think it's rained since I've put the windows in to know whether they're keeping the rain out.
Yeah, this is cool.
But I plan on doing one of each workstation minimum, all the way around here, this entire floor, and then the upstairs will basically be my private quarters. You know, my own personal cabinets and storage cabinets and bed and all that shit.
Yeah.
But down here will be, accessible to anybody.
Yeah, that's how mine's set up too. I haven't done my furniture yet, but upstairs is furniture, downstairs is,
work.
Yeah, business.
Yeah. And the stairs, I was gonna do a different staircase. There's a smaller staircase that you can do that winds up.
Oh yeah, it looks like this. Yeah.
Yeah, but this one, using the larger staircase with the ceiling to stand on here at the landing, I can actually take a horse with the cart up the stairs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's worth it.
Yeah, so that's why I did it so big. But that's it. So right now I've been working on gathering the materials that I need to make all of my other workstations.
Jesus. I would be, if this was in real life, I'd be like, dude, like, I can't sleep here. This thing's going to fall off the mountain. Like, nope.
Well, you know what gave me the idea for it? Is I think it was the second Iron Man movie. Where his house is right there on the cliff.
Yeah.
That was my inspiration.
Yeah, man. And then they destroyed it. I fucking hate that. That was a good house.
And then it falls off into the ocean.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, pretty much the same thing's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Because this entire section of patio is going to deteriorate. It's outside. And then this line basically is the line. So everything on this side of the line is gone. And when I rebuild it, I'm just going to have to rebuild this section right here and over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, though.
But,
hell yeah. Have you seen my house yet?
I don't think so.
All right. Yeah, I'll show you my house.
Let me close up shop and we'll head over there.
Yep. And then I should probably take a bathroom break. I've been sitting here talking to fucking dude for 6 hours. I think I was talking to him for 6 hours.
Should I interrupt them while they're mating?
Yes. Unhook them. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
I don't either.
They probably want their space, I would imagine. That was the scariest thing when I was a kid. I think I was like 4 or 5, and my dog was attached to another dog, and I was like,
we actually had a set of neighborhood dogs get knotted up in our
Yeah.
front yard when I was young. And my mom was out there feeding them a can of tuna and spraying them with the water hose and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, they're completely purple barred. What does that mean?
I don't know. No idea.
All right, well I'm not going to interrupt it because they seem close to having kids.
Yep. I'm only like 10 yards away.
Right.
Yeah, this is definitely cooler than this. I don't know what they're gonna do with this, but
And that was the thing, right? Like I wasn't really hell bent on building something, but I felt like this has just been too plain Jane for too long, and nobody's really taken the initiative to build anything.
yeah. And that's what I was wondering, is Sarge getting on, or but then I heard that
Well,
plans are made and then they're like demade or whatever, and then
so all I know about that, because I haven't talked to Sarge myself, is that Sarge actually posted, I believe it was in one of the MOE channels, that he's taking a break until they settle everything in court to find out whether or not he's even coming back, because if they lose in court, there's no sense in him coming back.
yeah.
And from what I understand was the last time that him and Partisan had an exchange, Partisan told him that he had gotten the guild, was all he said. I don't know what guild that Partisan got, whatever guild this is, and that he was waiting for the name change. And Sarge said, cool, carry on, do the move, do your thing, and we'll get together again soon.
Yeah. And that's fair.
So that tells me that Partisan is the leader of this outfit, particularly until further notice.
Oh, shit.
And he needs to start making decisions.
Damn. Okay.
But all I've seen on is me, Partisan, and Scully. I haven't seen anybody else on.
Yep. That's exactly.
And if nobody else is getting on and it's just the three of us, then maybe we need to I'm not going to ask you guys to drop your guild because y'all were already here, but something needs to happen where we combine.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
Oh, shit, I went the wrong...
Yep.
I was over here looking at your guy over here.
Yeah, I've almost got it to where I could have two markers up, and I was going to get Mega one, and then the third one, whoever joins. We're basically like, we're called Mega Free, and we do whatever the fuck we want. Yeah,
Right?
it's a double door, yeah.
I like that.
Yep, so here's the house. It's pretty plain Jane.
Baller, though.
This is the service house, the service one where I give a, the big one's for me, this one's for anybody that has a code, That's
Okay.
just getting stuff, so regular shit here, kitchen's here, stoneworking, leatherworking, salt, and then here was gonna be the bedroom, but now it's Marby's little area.
Right on.
And then smelting's over here.
I like how you got your beacon right in the middle.
Yeah.
Your banner.
Yeah, I like that. It's like a fireman pole.
Right, exactly.
And then up here is gonna be, just lounging and bedroom for me. And then you can kind of see down there and shit. And then I use this as like an elevator, just jumping down.
Now,
But
was the tree intentional or did it
Yeah.
just grow through?
no, the tree's been there the whole time. I built it around the
Nice.
trees.
You
Two
built
trees.
around it. That's awesome. I like that.
Yep. And then this is to upstairs in case I want to add on.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And then that's basically it there. But then I got the farm down there. Wood. I've got my mine over there. Then I've got all the farms, the animals. Over there is going to be the town of all the things. And then if you come down here, I made it like an apartment building. So at any time I want to do some reconstruction, I have the stairs.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, so you can go upstairs and downstairs. There's the inside. And then
Oh,
this
that's
is the
cool.
farm. And then this, I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know, like a door. I don't know. It just was there, but
I mean, you can never have enough,
Yeah.
exits in case of a fire, right?
Yeah.
Emergency exits.
Yeah. So then I got wolf, pig, fox, rabbit, and then this is my high level farm, and then I'm going to put higher quality around in a circle. Yeah, that's my mine. There's my cart, my little wheelbarrow, the stables, horse tack, whatever. I was going to build a fence around this, but I just haven't had time. Then I got my fair, and then the town's over there. And that's basically it.
Yeah.
It's just one big giant circle. So, but it's working out. It's actually working out, and this is solo too. This is solo.
Nah, this is baller. The only thing that could even conceive might be an issue later on is when you're coming in to manufacture stuff inside. Having the I guess tight quarters that you have here.
Yeah.
Say you're bringing a cart full of freaking ore, you're not going to be able to get the cart through here. You're going to make a bunch of trips back and forth.
Yep. What I do is I bring it up into here, and then I'm stuck, and I have to kind of do a 180. And so, yeah, I've been running into that problem.
Yeah.
I was going to move this, and then I was going to move the leather one outside, and then I was going to move this thing where the quencher is, and then put the quencher over here. That way it's more, like how yours is like around the outside.
Right.
But yeah, this is going to be something
that was
else.
like the entire forethought of mine was being able to drive the wagon right up in the middle.
Yep, I like that idea. Yeah. But yeah, that's the house. And
This is baller though, bro.
Thank you. Then I got the granary out there. I don't have a password because I haven't talked to Scully in a minute, so. But yeah, that was all there.
It's always interesting to see how other people would think and design stuff.
Yeah.
And the ideas that you come up with, especially when you put two heads together. Like, I would have never thought to go round with it.
Yeah, that comes from my Rust days when because I'm a really good builder with PvE, but everybody got me into a PvP mindset. So I really tried to do PvE, but I can't go back, I guess. I used to build these crazy things on Ark, and now I'm just like, I don't need a huge fucking thing because I'm solo playing. Marby comes in, but Mega's got her empire on the other side of the map there.
Oh, I didn't know Mega was on this one. I knew that she played, but I didn't know she was on the server.
Yep, she's got her own house, but I'm trying to build it so I can get her a marker, because she keeps rebuilding her house in the same spot and it keeps collapsing, and I haven't seen her for 3 days, so I don't know. I'm trying to, but I'm the only one that's pouring money like 20,000, killing like 100 people and then putting like 20,000 into the marker.
Right.
And it's hell. You guys have people. But that's why I'm glad you guys are up here, because neighbors are good, dude.
Well, but that's what I was saying. Scully and Partisan are the only ones that I really ever see. I don't know if anybody else is even here, as far as in the guild. And to be completely fair, I haven't put anything into the marker because I haven't been anywhere to make any money. I'm
right
now. I'm at the highest I've ever had at 2,000 coin.
And you can cut down trees and stick it in the marker, and it'll give you money.
I did not know that.
Yep. So you go in here.
I knew that you could get coin out of the marker, but I don't know what all you can use. Like I had some of those little golden scales that I got out of one of those gift box things. Yeah. And so I had like 3 of those, and I made like 8 or 900 coin off of it.
This looks like he said this is a level 5. Oh, he needs to fix it soon.
That's the thing. Like Scully was complaining about, like he's not doing something that he's supposed to be doing to keep it up.
Yeah, that's gonna suck. If this goes away, then all of this will. Yeah.
Well.
But yeah, you just go under resources. It's bottom left, and and you can put linen doesn't sell, I think, and I put iron in there, and it didn't sell. But I think the ore sells, but not the cooked stuff. So I'm still working on it.
What about like housing materials that I've made that I don't need anymore?
Oh, I don't know. Try that. I haven't tried that. That would be good if you had a grinder in there.
Well, like I've got a huge wooden foundation.
Like a garbage disposal?
Nope. It's not
No.
gonna buy it.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just raw materials or some shit. But it loves clay and it loves sand.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. And then
I don't know why we would get rid of clay though. Clay's hard as hell to find up here.
oh yeah, there's no clay up here. It's you gotta go down there. Yeah, I only have like 1,000 clay every like week or something, and it takes about an hour or so, you know, to get it.
Yeah, this is one of the things I was telling Scully we really need to do is we need to organize it. I played EVE Online for a long time, and I was basically the industrialist for our corp. And our corp was the industrial corp for our alliance. So one of my primary tasks was organizing industrial operations, mining and refining, hauling, shit like that.
Yep.
And I was telling him, like, it's not that hard to do if you have the people. The problem is I haven't seen the people. But one of the things we need to do is we need to get 2, 3, 4, whatever we can get together, and go to a given area. And I'll use the bottom of this hill just as an example. If we cut out the east side and go down toward the lake,
Yep.
we could start in one place. One person's on lumber, one person's on grass, one person's on stone.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 carts down there, and we each take our respective resource and just keep going until those carts are completely full.
Yep.
Run the carts back, empty them out, and go back down for more. And in an hour, you would have more resources than you would be able to manufacture all day long.
Yep.
But we've got to get people together and get them doing something constructive.
Yep. I think out of desperacity or whatever you call that, until there's a reason, like, you know, same with like the vaccines, you know, they use it to take away our rights or whatever, you know. But it's a good cause. Like I'm on the fence about it because I was really afraid about the vaccines, and they're forcing it on us, and that's not really American. But then they forced it anyway, you know. But it's out of desperacity that people are like, okay, fuck it, like you can have it, I'll do it. You know what I mean? So it's like being that marker is about to die. If you promoted that marker's dying, I'm sure that people will get on and fix it, you know, and start working together. Like, if we had another world war, I'm sure that the government will bring the aliens, and then everybody will come together and sing Kumbaya and fight the aliens instead of each other.
You think so?
No, but that's how it should go. You know what I mean? I'm sure we'd all like build rocket ships and leave all the poor people down on Earth. Then the aliens would probably, you know.
What is our decay rate? Because we're at 32,000 out of 82,000. How long has it been? How long did it take us to lose those first 50,000 points?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe 3 days. Because I've only seen that up total of 3 days. The rest of the stuff was there until, well, except for that, you know, the pillars with the ceiling over there.
Yeah.
The veranda that wasn't there until yesterday or the day before. But the marker's been there 3 days, I think. Alright, going back to my house. I gotta figure out some dinner, I think. My butt's fucking hurting from sitting on this chair for 6 hours.
I heard that.
Yeah. My next thing is get a gaming chair, I think. Right now I got an office chair.
I'm using an office chair too. I actually bought a gaming chair, and I was
Not impressed.
Very unsatisfied with it after about 4 or 5 months.
Oh,
It was one that reclines 180 degrees flat. It had a back massager cushion.
mm,
The legs flipped out and became a leg rest.
damn.
I mean, it was the cat's meow. So I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
After about 4 or 5 months, the seat cushion was damn near gone, and it was like sitting on a piece of plywood all day.
Yeah, that's what it feels like now. This chair's about 5 years old, and it was at my first office, and then I've kept it, and in my head I'm like, this is my favorite chair. But now that I'm older, I've bought really nice chairs. Like my couch is like fucking super sick. My lazy boy's cool, but you can't have a computer on your lazy boy.
Right.
Unless you spend 10 grand
All
or
right,
whatever.
Their mating bar went away, so I guess they're done mating.
Nice. Your horse is pregnant. The horse will pop out. You got to feed it.
How do I know she's pregnant?
I don't know. That happened to me. Like, my best horse was breeding, and then I got offline, came back after I ate, and the girl was still laying down, and then the baby popped out, ran around, and died before I could feed it. And I was like, special. I was like, So I don't know how to do it. I just know it happened by accident, and when they're on wander, they do it.
Right. That's pretty much what happened. As I put them on wander, and
but the life force is gone, though. Like, you lose life force, so your best horse will die eventually if you keep breeding it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can only breed it so many times without it dying. It's like 10 points every time, or depending on like the strength of your horse, or because everything's different. But mine was like 7 to 10 points, and it only bred once, but it hurt it pretty bad. So,
how do you see the life force?
It's in your. Hold on, let me go to.
There it is.
Yeah.
15. Oh, he's done a 400.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he was at before though.
What level is he?
43.
Okay. Let's see. My 44 is 560 life force, and he's brand new. So, don't know, because they're all different. They're all different.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, are you going to be on for a while, or are you going to call it a night sooner?
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night here in a minute.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat some dinner. Probably watch some Christmas movie with the Red Ryder BB gun.
Roger that.
Yep. And then I'll be on. I got all tomorrow to just chill out. I just gotta clean the kitchen and look like a good husband. But
Heard that, man. Yeah, I actually got to get ready to go tomorrow. So.
Oh fuck, dude. Yeah. Well, it's been fun though. Whenever you get back on.
Oh yeah, I'll be back probably. Well, I mean, I'll be on for a little bit tomorrow, just not maybe a couple hours.
Right, you gotta do your thing.
Yeah. Cultivating is on cooldown, it says, for 45 minutes.
Oh shit.
For my stud.
For my stud. All right, Tonto.
All right.
Have a good one. Later.
All right, you too.
Merry Christmas. You filthy animal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 100 million hours. Thanks for joining. There was a lot of hot topics today. Anything we say on this channel doesn't necessarily reflect in real life. This is for entertainment purposes only. Thank you so much. Have a good night. I'm Tommy Skunk, and this is my song, and Merry Christmas. Bye.